Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor.
I think Deputy Mayor is trying to get in, if I'm not mistaken. She should be coming. Oh, there she goes. All right, Madam Clerk, you can start.
This meeting is called to order. Roll call, Councilman Nathaniel Anderson.
He was just on here.
He's there. He looks like he's on mute.
You on mute, Councilman? Councilwoman Rebecca Perone,
Present.
Councilwoman Tiffany Worthy,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Samantha Whitfield,
Present.
Mayor Care McIntosh.
Present.
Councilman Anderson, you're there?
You
Okay,
can circle
Yep,
back.
I'm here.
Okay.
all right.
I was just getting from under the hairdryer. I'm good.
Host, do you see Minister Sapp in the waiting room?
Not at this time.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we come again just to give your name glory, honor, and praise, oh God. We thank you, Lord, for all who are assembled at this time, oh God. As we continue to do your business, God, we pray that it will be done decent and in order, oh God. Let us agree to disagree, oh God. God, we ask you to bless the council persons that are present, oh God, that you would give them the wisdom and the knowledge to continue to run this community. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
You
Can
can
we stand
proceed.
and salute the flag, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, this is to announce that adequate notice of this meeting was provided in the following manner. On September the 2nd, 2022, advance written notice of this meeting was posted on the bulletin board in the municipal complex and was mailed to the Burlington County Times, the Intelligencer, and the Courier Times. On September 2nd, 2022, advance written notice of this meeting was filed with the township clerk. The clerk is directed to enter into the minutes of this meeting, this public announcement.
You may proceed, Madam Clerk. Well, I apologize. We'll start off with the municipal clerk update. I know you have a presentation from Granicus today.
Right. And if we could have her to come in first. Host, can you let in Christina Berwick in the waiting room, please? Hi, Christina.
Hi, Ms. Blygen. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for making a few minutes for me during this meeting. Brenda had asked me to go over a few features in the Peak Agenda system that you're going to be able to utilize specifically to help make your meetings as transparent and accessible as possible. So I have a few examples that I can show you. I will share my screen here. So this is a county that I was just recently working with, Frederick County, Virginia. And what you have here is you go directly to their meetings, meeting agendas, minutes, and video page. And this is what we call our view page. So this is where all of your data, historical data, will be stored. So that includes your agendas, your minutes, videos, agenda packets. You also have the options to have downloadable MP3s and MP4s if you'd like. So you can kind of design this view page to look how you would like it. So their main body is the Board of Supervisors, but as you can see, they also utilize Peak to create agendas for other committees, including Parks and Recreation and commissions as well, and the Planning Commission. So when you go to the view page, you can click on all of these separately, so you can look at just the agenda by itself. It brings up a PDF that has linked attachments. So the clerk or the manager would go in before a meeting and input all of the attachments into the agenda. So let's say we know that they're going to be reviewing the minutes of the October 26th meeting. So I will click that, it will open up the attachment and it's right there for you. So it just easily organizes all the information that is going to go into your agenda or your agenda packet. Now, another great feature is the video. So once we get you set up for streaming, there will be an encoder that will live with your AV equipment on site at Town Hall, and you can still, integrate it with Zoom meetings as you're doing right now. So the encoder brings in the video, image, and sound into the Media Manager program, and from there, you're able to index the meeting as it's happening or after the fact. And by indexing, I mean time stamping. So let's say I'm a citizen and I am particularly interested in the comment section at the end, of course. So if I click item 16, it'll bring me right to that moment in time in the video. And again, it's integrated with the agenda on the right-hand side. You can also have minutes show up here once you upload them later in time. This kind of has met the need of a lot of organizations as far as accessibility goes. So instead of having to transcribe an entire meeting, they have found that this has helped them meet a lot of the requirements for making videos more accessible to the public. I can just give you a quick look of what it looks like on the inside. The clerk or manager would be able to schedule meetings, and then different departments can submit them to them as approvers, and then they live within Peak, and then again are pushed out to the website when it's ready to publish. Another feature of this is that the elected officials, as like yourself, would be able to get a digital copy of the agenda onto a tablet device of your choosing, and you'd be able to look at the agenda beforehand and make notes on it, etc., through our iLegislate app. Yeah, that's another good feature to try to create paperless agendas and reduce waste. Yeah, that's kind of, just wanted to give you a quick overview of what it looks like in practice. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now or in the future.
Any of the council members have any questions for Ms. Berwick?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
So it seems like what you've displayed is going to be basically agendas and information that took place at the meetings and as well as upcoming events.
Mhm.
However, does this website also be able to provide like interactive meetings such as the one we're having now, like our Zoom meetings or our webinars, like live?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Sorry that I'm kind of gleaned over that in the beginning. So you would be able to have the live cast of the meeting happening in real time on that same setup, like I showed you before, with their video with the agenda on attached on the side. So yeah, it does cast as you're recording.
Okay, and so as far as sharing with the community, what will we do? Like I wouldn't necessarily want to share this page because it could be probably confusing. Is there a link that could be shared where it's a direct access to the meeting?
Yeah, you can have that live right on your homepage. You can place it wherever you'd like. Or you could have it live on the informational section on the top of the page here. This is editable, so you can put in whatever information there that you'd like. But yeah, so a link to the actual live meeting, you could have it live on your homepage, you know, pretty prominent for folks who are looking for the next upcoming meeting, or even in your, I know that you have your meetings posted in the calendar, so it could go there as well.
Okay, and are there any platforms that you do not allow, such as like YouTube or Facebook, or are you open to all platforms?
You mean as far as sharing the video after the
Yes.
fact?
Mhm.
So the video is yours. You can put it wherever you want. You can download it once the recording has finished, and you can upload that recording to Facebook, to YouTube, anywhere that you would normally put it.
So as far as it feeding live, their YouTube, Facebook, currently I think we're using YouTube. Would there be any challenges with having a live YouTube through this webpage?
Yeah, the current setup that we have does not simulcast to those different platforms at the same time. Sorry if I misunderstood your question initially. So the live casting would happen to your website, like I said, and placing it on Facebook, etc., would be after the fact. We do have a different a new encoder called Livecast that actually does enable that, but we had run into some sorry, the words are eluding me right now. There was a scarcity in finding the components that make up the encoders, so we kind of, you know, ran out of them halfway through this year, and the demand is definitely high, but as soon as those are available, we can offer that as an upgrade.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, our live meetings would not be able to be live on this website at this time because you've not secured that business aspect with finding the suitable company that would be able to do that. Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
So yeah, so you could, your live stream would be on the website, and I know that you're simulcasting to YouTube right now, but the encoder part would just be streaming to your website. Now I can ask if that's a possibility. I don't think it is without the live cast right now. So the option that we have right now is live to your website, and then post meeting uploading it to YouTube or Facebook.
So can you explain it a little bit more? Because I think I'm missing one component of what you're saying, forgive me. So for example, for right now, this meeting, if this were our page, would a resident be able to click on this page and see this video happening now, or would they have to wait until the meeting is over and then it's uploaded tomorrow, so to speak?
Yes, they would see it now, but only through your website, not through those other platforms at the same time. But yeah, if I was a citizen right now and I wanted to watch this live video, and once this is set up, I would go to your website, I would click on the meeting happening at this moment, and it would bring me to the meeting.
Okay, so the confusing part for me is because we're currently utilizing, we're still using Zoom, but we're using Zoom, and we were facilitating it through Facebook, and currently we're using YouTube. So are you saying YouTube would not be able to be positioned on this page and for it to stream through YouTube live?
No, it wouldn't stream through YouTube live. It would stream through our encoder live, and it would be cast on that that video frame page with the agenda on the side. So it would have the same kind of features as YouTube as far as like the live streaming goes, but it would be integrated with the agenda.
Would there be able to be comments and like currently we'll have, like, for example, you're a guest right now, so we've allowed you into the meeting and commentary, and we have public comment at certain parts of the meeting. Would that be able to still happen with your
so your constituents would still have to be joined to the meeting in Zoom if they wanted to participate in public comment like they do now. We do have optional additional features that we call e-comment that would integrates with the agenda, and once the agenda is posted, it basically enables citizens to post comments onto the agenda itself, and that could be submitted for your review, like as the agenda gets to you, and you would also be able to see those in iLegislate. And there is also an option in that e-comment feature that would allow them to sign up for the meeting, so it would give them the same Zoom information that you're currently using, and they would be able to indicate if they want to be a speaker at the meeting.
Okay, and that would be able to be done through your website, through this page.
Yeah, exactly. Once they open that agenda, it would give the option to, there's like a little like speech bubble feature that would be connected to the agenda.
Okay, and the takeaway that you said you may have to ask about, what were you referring to?
As far as bringing it to YouTube.
Right, because we're currently
yeah.
training through YouTube, so we're not bringing it
Yeah.
to YouTube. We're actually
Yeah.
using YouTube.
Yeah, so how you reframe the question kind of clarified what I wanted to say, is that you're live streaming, it's happening as the meeting is happening, but instead of going to YouTube, it will only go to your website. But once that meeting is over, you can upload it to wherever you would like after the fact, like to kind of, I guess, cross-pollinate all the social media modules that you utilized.
So would not go through YouTube? I'm just concerned. I'm
wouldn't-
sorry, I'm taking up all the questions in the room, but maybe some.
It's
I mean,
okay. It's okay.
so
Are you so I'm so on YouTube, I as a viewer, I can see your videos, but do your constituents comment live on the YouTube, and do you read those? Are those considered public comment?
So they don't comment live. It's
Okay.
not like they don't jump in, but there is a component of our meeting where the public is allowed to be brought into our meeting, and that part is actually facilitated through Zoom. So we're just kind of using the platform currently through YouTube. So I know YouTube has certain guidelines and things and companies that they facilitate with. So with your company and with this platform, that's why I wanted to know, does your company allow YouTube to be placed on this website whereby we can actually stream and have our meeting through Zoom, which is transported through YouTube for viewing?
I mean, the website is yours. You can put anything onto the page that you like. We don't have any control over, you embedding a YouTube box or anything like that. That could live wherever you want. It's just this kind of like the historical archiving of video data. That's what that's what we host, basically. It's a snippet of code that gets placed onto any page on your website that you'd like, and from the internal systems, the clerk or the manager would upload the agenda, upload the minutes, etc., and then it'll populate onto this view page. But yeah, like I said, like you can control any page that you have on your website. I know that Mr. Lowry is a big user of the website, and we've actually talked about, you know, using YouTube in the transition. And yes, you could definitely put that on anywhere on your page that you like.
And it will be live.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Madam Mayor, I have one question.
Go ahead.
All right, would this platform allow the clerk to send out council packets? And is there a size limit?
Yes, she can send out council packets, and there is a size limit. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it's very large. It's like over 1,000 pages or something like that. Very large packets are distributed all the time through the system.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yep, thank you. Any other council members? Okay, and thank you, Ms. Berwick. And Madam Clerk, would you mind doing like just a brief overview for the public so they can understand why, you know, we were investing into Granicus?
The reason why we was investing into Granicus is that council wanted a more efficient way to receive their packets. They also wanted for the residents to be able to go and just click on the agenda and pull down the minutes. You can get the minutes a lot quicker, and you can go right to where you want to be. If you want an item from the agenda, you can go right there and get it. And hopefully it might cut down some of these Oprah requests as well.
Dr. Worthy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to add to what the clerk mentioned. When this came about 2 years ago, the discussion was really about enhancing the residents' experience and also helping residents to see where the business of government was happening. The goal was to get residents more familiar with the website, as we knew we were going to be upgrading the website, and help residents to see where they can go to get answers to their questions as well. And because we ended up using Facebook and now YouTube just because we didn't have a solution readily available when the pandemic hit. The goal was ultimately to transition to something to enhance the resident experience and to bring everything together where they could see the agenda, the minutes. It would also help council, but I think that, you know, making sure that the residents can readily see where to go to get answers to questions and to keep the business of government in one place instead of how we were trying to piece it together during the pandemic. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. Any other comments?
Sorry, I just wanted to add one more point to Ms. Perrone. Sorry if I wasn't explaining this clearly. So the whatever computer the Zoom is being fed through will go into the encoder live. So the encoder is what's connected to your website. It's going to show that video. So the Zoom meeting will go through the conduit of the encoder, and it's recording, but also casting it live as the meeting's happening on your website. So sorry about any confusion there.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for explaining that. I just wanted to make sure there were no challenges with your company and YouTube, or if we did go back to Facebook, if there was any issues there.
Yeah.
So thank you. That's
Yeah, you're welcome.
I just have one
Deputy
last
Mayor.
question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, when are we expecting to launch this platform?
We should be up and running by January. That's a good time frame, Christina.
I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so just in time for our reorg.
So
Yeah.
one other question. So I know we currently utilize Granicus for our website. So this is an additional charge to do this. Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So with this additional feature, is it like a yearly feature? Is it something that we pay yearly, or is it as, you know, how does that work out as far as the numbers?
Typically, Typically, contracts are under a master agreement kind of model, which is 3 years, a 3-year commitment with an annual subscription fee. So we have different product families right now. There are goals and works right now to be working towards integrating all of the products as much as possible, and that would also include integrating contracts. But right now, so you have Gov Access for your website, like you said, because that was bought at a different time than these products, which we call Gov Meetings, they live on different contracts and they're on different subscription cycles. So we're currently on actually the 3rd year of the subscription cycle. So we would be entering into a new agreement next year. And at that point, you can reanalyze how everything is going for you. You can tell us what's working and what's not, and we can go from there, as whether that means taking away products or adding products, whatever you need.
Okay, so with that, in the event that, and not that we're deciding this, but in the event that we decide, okay, for our governance platform, we wanted to go with a different company. However, we're in a contract with this special feature. What happens with that piece as far as the additional add-on that we're speaking about tonight, if we're already in an agreement of, let's say, the 2 to 3 years for this additional feature? Are there any, cancellation, fees for ending it in 2 to 3 years if we decided, we found something else? Not that we're deciding that. I'm just trying to speak, thinking ahead as far as what are we locked into if we decide to add this to it and it's separate.
So I'm not a contract specialist. We do have what we call renewals and contract specialists, and I could get a definitive answer to that for you. That they can. I'll put in an operations request for them to lay out the details of the contract, and that would include termination of contracts. It varies. It depends on what's written into the contract. I'm not privy to that language, so I would again have to ask that specialist to get that for you. But yeah, so typically at just kind of standard across the board would be if you wanted to get out at the end of your contract and not renew, we ask for 90 days notice. But otherwise, it would be specific to your contract itself.
Okay. So at that's just one concern for council, and I guess our legal solicitor. If we can just make sure that we know that now ahead of time, because as you heard, she described that it's the same company. However, there's 2 separate contractual agreements, and in the event something would happen where, we wanted to move, financial reasons, whatever have you, what does that look like with this additional contractual agreement with adding this feature? This way we just know, ahead of time. That's just my suggestion.
Can definitely get those details to you from our RPC team and forward those to the team at Wellingborough to share with you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, for to Councilwoman Perone's point, we can just make sure our legal looks that over and make sure we're situated properly. Thank you. All right, anything else? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Berwick. Appreciate you
for your
coming
time.
on.
Yeah. All right, you guys have a good night. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, continue, Mayor.
Yes, please.
So the stats for the clerk office, we have received 2,150 calls. That increase have come from cannabis inquiries, mostly on the retail cannabis. We have made 1,035 calls. We have a total of 71 business license in the township to date. We have a total of 284 licensed dogs in the township to date. A total of 79 Oprahs have come in. We sent out the 25 cannabis applications. We only have one that have, come back. The deadline for the packets to be back to the township is November the 22nd. At that time, we would vet them from being the clerk office from the 23rd of November until December the 5th. And we will send it to council for your review and recommendation from December the 6th through the 15th for your review and to make a selection. Upcoming for the zoning board, we have the Potter House application. I do know that Potter House was not ready, and this is going to be postponed until their December meeting. Our statistics for vital statistics, we have received, have done 22 death certificates, 56 birth certificates, 19 marriage certificates, had 8 weddings, and we currently have 36 foreclosures. The projects that we have, you just heard of the one, and I've highlighted some changes of what's going to come. We've been doing these survey cards, the suggestion box is completed, but the tent, the tablecloth, all that stuff is forthcoming. Been with it since September the 29th. If we can get quotes in by the end of December, we can make that happen in December. Otherwise, it'll hit the budget for next year. The projects continue. The resolutions that we will be working on are still the same. The township manager and I will be getting together to see what fees need to be changed. Boards and commissions, we're going to have to use the same manual form to take in those who want to be part of boards and commission for 2023. You're going to have quite a bit of opening. We're going to ask that that the resident get their paperwork in to us at the latest by December the 15th, so we can pass it on to council to make their selections for next year. Another thing that I wanted to put out that we have received from the Board of Election, apparently, I'll read it as it states. We got this in today. Voters are receiving misinformation regarding voting locations via a text message. This is a national issue, but we wanted to share what the New Jersey Secretary of State posted on their Facebook page. And this came from the Board of Elections to all the municipal clerks. Please be aware that text messages containing elections misinformation are being sent to New Jersey voters. Election officials are the best source for accurate information about our elections. And so they said, go to the votenewjersey.gov for accurate information, or your local municipality. So I just wanted to put that out because that is happening nationally. Also, I was asked to give the budget information again for the special meetings. We will have special meetings on November the 9th, November the 22nd, and November the 29th at 6 o'clock for budget discussions. And I think, Mayor, that is all I have, subject to your questions.
Yes, can you go over the voting, how the voting, what we're doing now for voting? We have open voting now, pre-voting, and then the date.
Early voting, October the 29th through November the 6th, and it is at the library.
Or the Willingboro Library, okay.
Right, and also our polling places are on our website. I'm not sure where they are, but if it's on our page or the township main page, but polling places are there as well.
And the districts are listed. Can we just make sure that's clear and prominent on our website? And also, now that we're in election season, can we make sure we have a daily, Mr. Harris, I'm sorry, a daily post concerning election, just reminders that we have voting is open in Willingboro, please. Thank you.
And also, Mayor, as far as the, there have been questions about voting stickers, and per Superintendent of Election, the county, we cannot use the voting stickers, not Burlington County.
Okay.
I just also want to clarify, just to make sure that everybody understands, the library will be open to all voting districts. It's one location. However, all voting districts are welcome to vote early. And what is the hours again for voting, Madam Clerk?
I have to get that. And it's for Burlington County. Anybody in Burlington County can vote at the early polling place, which is the library.
Okay,
But I have to get that and I'll come
Okay.
back to you,
okay,
bring that back to the board.
okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
please have for the early voting and, you know, for the November, the main election date.
Yeah, and the time and days, is it Monday through Friday, or also our weekends, like Saturday, is that open as well? Or is it just Monday through Friday when you find it?
Right, I'm gonna have that for you, just a
Okay.
few minutes.
Any other council member? Okay. That's it for you, Madam Clerk?
Yes, except for the alibi when I bring back the early voting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the manager's update. Mr. Harris?
Good evening, Mayor and Council and Willingboro residents. We just have some few updates for you. I don't have any statistical data as the end of the month just closed yesterday, so we're still compiling some of that information, but I will have that for you in detail at our next meeting. I will share that the basketball hoops at the Country Club pool park have been replaced. The vendor went and removed the 4 old poles, have installed 4 new poles, and have changed the 8 new the backboards with 8 new backboards. And I understand that the park is looking pretty good. I don't know if I reported at our last meeting, but our charging stations are up here in the municipal complex and they are ready to be used. The only thing that we have to do is just determine what our kilowatt rate per hour is going to be and upload that as well. If you have been driving up and down the former Levitt Parkway, you will see that it is now appropriately labeled a Veterans Parkway. The county has been diligent in changing those signs, and we are happy to see that that has been completed pretty much and will be ready to go for the Veterans Day Parade. At our last meeting, we talked about the TA set-aside bikeway grant. That application has been finalized and will be submitted to NJDOT. We're looking for over $600,000 in grant funds that will be used to upgrade and make improvements to the bike trail that is currently runs through Willingboro. I again would like to thank the residents, Dr. Outlaw, on behalf of the school district and the county for their letters of support that were submitted with your resolution to the grant providers. We recently went out to rebid our custodial services as that contract is up at the end of the year. We did receive 5 bids, with the lowest bidder being about $40,000 less than our current service provider. Those bids have been reviewed by the attorney who found no material defects and I will be asking the council to award that contract at the next meeting if they see fit to do so. Just to remind you that the League of Municipalities Conference will be taking place in Atlantic City during the week of November 15th, the 15th through the 17th. Many of our directors and some staff will be in attendance for at least one day, if not all 3 days, but the municipal complex will be open and for business during that time. At our last meeting, and since there have been some inquiries about stormwater and some of the work the township is undertaking to make improvements to some of our infrastructure. I did outline some of those to you at our last meeting, but we received notification over the past couple of days that as part of being a T-Ray municipality and the renewal of our stormwater permit, which becomes effective January 1st of 2023, there are 16 areas in that permit that have been modified with 19 new requirements with varying timelines for implementation. The director of DPW and I will be sitting down and reviewing these requirements, as many of them will put a strain on an already stretched department and will require some type of physical activity to be performed, as well as additional administrative record keeping. I know Ms. Pat Lindsay Harvey has been working diligently to secure grant opportunities along with Councilwoman Whitfield, particularly in the area of studying the feasibility of a stormwater utility, which seems to be the way that the state is leaning and pushing towards. So we will continue to review that and possibly maybe consider forming a committee to further investigate the implementation or the formation of a stormwater utility here in Willingboro. In relation to our DPW director, as many of you know, that he is planning to retire in early 2023, and we will begin the search for his replacement. As part of our 2023 budget, I will be presenting to the council a plan to make some improvements to some of the worst roads in Willingboro based on the robotics program that was implemented back in 2021. I am aware that we do have some pothole issues around town, which we are in the process of patching, but I am looking forward to completing a major road repair project as well in 2023. And finally, the Route 130 Plan Endorsement Committee is having its next meeting on November 21st, which is the day prior to the next council meeting. So if there's any final discussions with the council and planning board between now and December, we really should move to possibly get on their agenda in December. I know they have been in contact with Councilwoman Whitfield. But if there are any other concerns and issues that need to be addressed by the governing body and the planning board, we have a bit of time, but I do know that they're looking to kind of wrap this up by end of year. That's really all that I have to report on this evening. If there's any questions, I will be happy to entertain them.
Any questions from council members?
Mayor, if I may.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'll just add to the end of Mr. Harris's report. I have been in touch with the county and state with the plan endorsement for Willingboro. The mapping issue that we discussed at the last meeting, so it was confirmed. They went back and reviewed the map, and it has been confirmed that our business district along Route 130 will not change to a manufacturing node. It will remain as a commercial node as it has been. So manufacturing node is not in the plan, as well as the heavy transportation and utility node is also not in the plan or designated for that area. It will remain a commercial node.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So is council okay with that? So we can proceed? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Harris, I guess would you be able to work with Madam Clerk on preparing the resolution for that so that we can okay that mapping?
So you would be ready to move forward with it at the next meeting on the 22nd?
Yes, I think we can okay it so that, and I don't think we have to have the resolution passed to get on their agenda on the 21st.
That's correct. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from other council members? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if this is the time to address it or perhaps during old business. I wanted to just make sure that the administration has everything they need from council and from the Youth Advisory Committee for the youth event that's coming up December 9th. We're about, I don't know, 5-6 weeks away. So I just want to make sure you have what you need from Mr. Harris, that you have what you need from Youth Advisory or from council or anything that's required so that we get the communication out and have the gym and all of that.
So the gym has been reserved, and I think there was some coordination about the activities and food and things. I don't know that I have actually yet received the flyer or seen the flyer. So as soon as that is put together, we will begin the advertisement and distribution of that element, and that should be a wrap up of the pre-event activities.
Okay, do you have any idea of when the flyer will be ready so we can start sending it out through our communication channels that the Youth Advisory Committee has?
I believe our communications said that flyer should be ready tomorrow.
Okay.
So I anticipate, and if you would like, we'll send it for your review prior to, but I believe it'll be ready tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy. Anything else? Okay. Mr. Harris, you can continue.
So on the agenda this evening, there are 4 ordinances that we're going to be introducing, and I'm going to ask if you could please allow Mr. Dennis Tunstall into the meeting. He is our Director of Support Services. I think he would be a little better to give a summation of what these ordinances are in relation to and answer any of the council's questions that they may have specific to them. I kind of generally understand what they are for, but the zoning and the planning are, his areas of expertise. And, if there are any underlying questions, he would be able to provide them for. The first one is Ordinance 22-12, which is amending Chapter 370 of the zoning related to additional regulations to reflect updated permissions on having 2 accessory structures of different types permitted on each lot. No necessary change in square footage or height. But my understanding is that accessory structures are permitted on the properties, however, not of the same kind. So you could have a gazebo and a shed, but you couldn't have 2 gazebos. Is that correct, Mr. Tunstall?
That is correct, and/or 2 sheds. The idea is to allow a gazebo and a shed as an accessory structure. We have found recently that many people have added gazebos due to the need to gather outdoors, and it makes common sense to go ahead and approve that as a secondary structure.
Thank you, sir. Ordinance 2022-13 is amending Chapter 150, the fees for the Uniform Construction Codes to include an additional fee for plan revision resubmission at $70 per the subcode. So when we receive plans, we do receive fees, but at times those plans are changed and updated once, twice, 3 times, which we have never been charging for subsequent reviews. So here they are including a $70 fee for plan revision resubmissions. Pretty clear. Ordinance number 2022-14 is amending chapter 155 fences, regulations and standards to add the standard to remove existing fencing prior to installation of new fencing. Mr. Tunstall, can you just clarify a little bit what that's related to?
No problem. It's we found that individuals have been leaving their old fence up and adding a secondary fence on that same property. For example, you would have a cyclone fence outside of a vinyl or wood fence. It is unsightly, and it is we need to make a change to the ordinance in order to not allow that, to make sure that that initial fence is removed.
Thank you, sir. And finally, ordinance 22-15, which is amending chapter 272, article 5, registration of vacant property, legislation update related to public law 2021, chapter 444, in which definition of creditor and vacant property has changed. After reviewing some of the new languages, we just felt it was best to clarify those definitions in the ordinance of what a creditor is and the definition of a vacant property. Mr. Tunstall, do you have anything that you would like to add in relation to that?
Yes, the real emphasis is on the definition of a creditor, which is primarily a bank-owned property. The state has concluded that we are not permitted to place vacant property liens on any subdivision of a state property or county entity or government agency like VA, and or we've had an issue with Pro Capital, for example. If Pro Capital purchases liens against a vacant property from Willingboro Township, we would not be able to place a vacant property fee on that particular property. So it is part of the new public law, and it's intended just to make it a lot clearer than it was previously. We had some issues where vacant property fees were placed on government entities because our ordinance did not make it clear at that time. Now it is very clear.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to hang around in case there are any subsequent questions from either the council or maybe the public. But we'll go on with the resolutions. Resolutions number 2022-175 is authorizing the approval of vouchers for payment and ratification. Resolution 2022-176 is authorizing the refunds for the overpayment of taxes. And then being presented to you, Resolution 2022-177 is a resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open contract for professional engineering services related to repairs to the Van Sciver Parkway Bridge. So I am going to ask that Mr. Bevogel be allowed into the meeting so he can explain to the governing body exactly what the issues are with the Van Sciver Bridge. Although they were explained to me, he has a little better clarity on what some of these legal
gazebo.
Right.
Mr. Tunstall, you're not muted.
Mr. Bevogel, can you unmute yourself?
Mr. Harris, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The Van Sciver Bridge culvert repairs. It's a twin cell concrete culvert structure with an underfill and an asphalt overlay, a road overlay, and it spans over the Mill Creek between Northampton Drive and the Harrington Circle. The recommended repairs are to seal the cracks in the asphalt surface coat, repair 1 linear foot of spalding at the east end of the abutment with a non-shrink grout, apply a coat of epoxy waterproofing seal to the faces of the parapet and concrete slab, which is basically the walkway area. Remove any debris which may be under the bridge that we can't get to that may be impeding flow, and then remove or replace the corroded gas main angle supports, and we'll coordinate that with PSE&G. The engineering costs are approximately $17,000, and the estimated repairs are at $25,000. And this money was provided for in a previous budget, capital budget.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Yes, sir.
And that are all of the items that are being presented to the council this evening for your consideration from the administration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris. We will now open it up for public comment.
I do have a question.
There's no questions on this one.
Oh.
We have to do discussion. We have to do discussion when we go through it.
Okay, when we get to it, then we ask
Yeah.
the questions. Okay.
Yeah. We're open for public comment for agenda items only. You have 2 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. This is public comment for agenda items open. I'm sorry, agenda items only.
All right, Sharon Anderson.
Good evening, everyone. This is Sharon Anderson from 7 Bellhurst Lane. I'm the founding member of Borough Pet Project and speaking in regards to ordinance 2022-14, amending chapter regarding fences. I fully support maintaining an exterior appearance of one's fence for home. However, I ask that the council amend this ordinance to permit interior fences that make yards safer and may be required by insurance and agencies. The limitation of one fence creates a problem for homeowners with pools and for dog adopters. For safety, insurance, and adoption compliance, there must be an allowance for an interior fence in full or additional panels dedicated to a pool area. Insurance policies require fencing within a certain distance. All pool owners will have to check to make sure they don't lose their insurance. Some will have to change policies, maybe even companies. They may ultimately be forced to choose between a pool fence or a yard fence. If it's forbidden to have an interior fence, pool owners who want dogs will be disqualified by some dog adoption agencies that require a pool barrier. This reduces the nonprofit rescues serving Willingboro and pushes families to the for-profit dog market. The vast majority of puppies on the for-profit market in New Jersey are first or second generation puppy mill dogs. These dogs are often inbred with health problems that incur high medical bills and shorten lives. They are prone to behavior problems that lead to aggression, surrender, or abandonment. The for-profit market fuels the overpopulation of dogs that in turn increases euthanasia rate at the public shelter. This directly goes against the New Jersey state effort to become a no-kill state by 2025. This can easily be addressed by allowing an interior fence to divide the yard area and a pool area. Lastly, I ask that the ordinance define the end result, that the appearance of a single fence be without requiring the removal during or prior to construction. While this is commonly done, that you remove before you build, in some cases, people seek a security risk of having the fence, the original fence, stay in place until the new fence is completed, then take down the original fence. I think we should leave this up to the contractors as long as the end result is the exterior appearance of one fence. Again, I fully support maintaining an exterior appearance of one fence, but I ask that the council amend this ordinance so that it permits certain interior fences that make yards safer without anyone seeing them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Any other residents for public comment?
Not at this time, Mayor McIntosh.
Okay, it is 7:59. Public comment for agenda items only is now closed. Mr. Harris, is it proper to address this now, or do we have to go into, do we have to make a motion or make a motion for the ordinance first?
No, you can address this public comment now during this portion if you desire to, Mayor. I
Okay.
hear what Mrs. Anderson is saying, but I think the language in the ordinance is written specifically related to rear and side yard fences, and that they cannot be in excess of 6 feet in height. So I don't know that that would actually preclude them from having a lower fence around the pool. And I'm not really sure about a separate fence to separate yard segments for pets. Maybe Mr. Tunstall can add to this dialogue. You're muted.
Okay, I certainly understand her concern, but this is related to perimeter fences only. It is clearly defined in our ordinance, and it also is clearly defined in the zoning application for review. An interior fence related to a pool as a totally separate ordinance related to that particular fence. That is a requirement, but it is for the perimeter of a pool. Also, this does not impact anything associated with a dog run or anything of that nature. This is for a perimeter fence only.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tunstall. Okay. Madam Clerk, you can proceed.
Mayor, the answer to the time for early voting, of course, is October the 29th through November the 6th. The hours are Sunday 10 to 6 and Monday through Saturday 10 to 8. General voting time is 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Proceed, Mayor.
First, and the date for the regular election, just so everyone's aware.
November the 8th.
November the 8th. Okay, thank you. You can proceed.
You're welcome. Ordinance 2022-12, first reading, amending chapter 370 zoning, 370-13, additional regulation to reflect update permissions on having 2 accessory structures of different types permitted on each lot. No change to square footage or height. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilwoman Perrone. Any discussion? Councilwoman Perrone?
Yes, just one question. Does this also, with regards to the gazebos and shed, does this apply to temporary structures for a gazebo and a shed? Or is this only for permanent structures?
Well, you want me to answer that now or
Please.
wait? Okay. Anytime a structure is installed within a rear property, it requires a zoning permit. So if, for example, this was just a temporary tent that is seasonal, for example, that you take down on a seasonal basis, that is not what this ordinance is regarding. This is for a structure like a gazebo, which is more of a permanent structure, similar to any of the structures you can purchase at Home Depot or Sam's or any of those other structures. They're more permanent, they're rigid, they're fixed, they're in place, and they're meant to stay there for an extended period of time. So once again, it was found through a lot of investigation that many people have added secondary structures like gazebos. And it only makes good sense to allow them, especially under the current situations we had of late with individuals wanting to commingle outside as opposed to in their homes. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, you have. And so you're saying that the reason why with regards to the gazebos is because it became like an outdoor social place in a residential community.
Correct. It's a permanent structure. The structure is affixed in many cases. It's either moored in concrete or it's intended to stay there throughout the various seasons.
Right.
As opposed to a tent or something that is not permanent.
Right. Right, because there are gazebos that are not necessarily bolted down with cement.
Correct.
And so are sheds. There are sheds that are made out of plastic. So you're not speaking of those types of devices, the material.
If it meets the requirements in which are stated in the ordinance, then it's considered a shed and or a gazebo, whether or not it's bolted down or not. Plastic sheds are sheds. Most of them, they could be anywhere from 2x10 or 2x6 or any particular size. It's considered a shed, as long as it's a structure that's added to your rear property, and it meets the guidelines in our ordinance.
Right, that's what I wanted to know, as far as permanent. And when I think of temporarily, meaning like you could break down a shed if you move and took it with you to your new house, but you're saying a shed like that would still be considered under this ordinance 2022-12 as far as the fees and installations. You're saying that that's still the same?
Right, you can always break down any shed and move it. The point is that it is a structure and you're allowed two. Those two structures being one gazebo and one shed style structure, not two sheds or not two gazebos.
Right.
The idea is to give you that opportunity to have an outside structure where you can meet and gather as a family, or and be able to participate in outdoor events.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tunstall.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? And Mr. Tunstall, I just want to make sure this doesn't include, like, so these are just shed and gazebo. No dwellings like for electric. I mean, does this include like electricity in the sheds or
No.
gazebo?
Anytime you add electricity, it has to go through a different phase. It will be zoning, and then it will be an electric permit. There will be additional permits associated with that structure. So this is for a shed structure itself. This is a gazebo structure by itself. When you add electricity, there are additional requirements, i.e. it can no longer be a temporary shed. It can no longer be a temporary gazebo. It must be affixed in a manner where it cannot blow away in a hurricane or storm or something to that nature. So there would be additional requirements to do those things. But this is a plain
Just
shed,
strictly.
plain
Okay.
gazebo.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Ordinance 2022-13, this is the first reading, amended current chapter 150 fees, 150-6, Uniform Construction Code fees. Amend to include additional fee for plan review revision submission, $70 per subcode. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Any discussion? Councilwoman Perone?
Yes. With regards to the swimming pool, I saw that there was an annual swimming pool certification. So, and then there's a $70 subcode. So is that meaning $70 to install the pool? And then you pay $100, $150 every year for having the pool. This is just speaking of the annual swimming pool certification and as it correlates with the revision submission of $70 per subcode.
No, this is really intended to address items like solar panels, for example. Many times the solar panel plans are submitted initially, and throughout the course of the development of that solar plant structure, the plans are changed on a regular basis. There's always an initial submittance and then a final. So this allows us to primarily review those additional submittals and charge a flat $70 fee for them. It's primarily related to solar panels, not really related to a pool. The pool, there's one initial fee for a pool as far as the permit goes.
Okay, so like on page, I have page numbered. So like the page that has its letter H regarding the annual swimming pool certification, there's a fee of $150. And on that page at the top, it does say that as if it applies to everything on this page, where the amended current chapter 150 fees, 150-6, it does say amended to include additional fee for plan review revision submission of $70 per subcode. So are you saying that that title at the top is really only referring to solar panels and not necessarily everything that's on this particular page? Do you have the same packet? Mine says page 3.
So Councilwoman, this ordinance outlines all of the fees or a substantial portion of the fees charged by that department. We are not amending any of those fees. We are only adding on to this ordinance item number 16, which is the last item bolded and highlighted, the fee for plan revision resubmission being $70 per subcode.
I understand. Yes, thank you. I understand that. However, if you look at page 3 and the way that ordinance 2022-13 is written, it's actually a header for each page. That paragraph, that there's a resubmission fee of $70 per subcode, which alludes to that letters I all the way through its duration of ordinance 213, that $70 is applicable to everything that falls underneath that head title. So that's why I was, trying to understand how it's written, because it looks like everything that's underneath there's a $70 fee in addition to the other fees. And that's why I pulled out the annual swimming pool certification fee. I do have a second question regarding that, but that was my first question. How does that?
So the various subcodes would be fire subcode, would be electric subcode, would be plumbing subcode. And anytime that you were submitting a plan to be reviewed by one of those subcodes, that's where the $70 resubmission or the re-review fee would be attached to. It's not necessarily attached to specifically ductwork for HVAC, or a smoke detector. But if you had submitted a plan that required the fire subcode inspector to review that plan, and then you made changes to that plan for resubmission and re-review, there would be a $70 charge for that resubmission.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you for explaining that. And then just regarding the annual swimming pool certification, so there's a $170 fee. With this fee, is it something that where the inspections department is going out to inspect the swimming pool? Why is there a fee to have a swimming pool? What are we doing as far as service to warrant having someone pay additional $150 every year for having it?
I believe you're taking that out of context. I'll be glad to have a discussion with you regarding swimming pools and the fees associated with them. As far as I know, there's only a one-time fee, and swimming pools have to be grounded, they have to be bonded, they have to have motors. There are different types of pools. I mean, if we're talking about a baby pool, it's something different than an in-ground pool. However, this particular ordinance that we're talking about today, number 16, is only regarding the submission of additional plan revisions. But I would be glad to talk to you about the pool situation offline if you want more information.
Yeah, and I understand installing a pool. I understand the matters as far as making sure it's done properly. But this says an annual swimming pool certification fee shall be $150. So when I see annual, that means every year the homeowner must pay $150 because they have a pool.
That's not accurate. These are for pools like in Rittenhouse. Rittenhouse has their own separate pool system. So we inspect those pools every year, and there's an annual fee of $150 to inspect those pools. This is not for the general public. Once the general public gets their permit and it's approved, that permit is for that pool and for the life of that pool.
Okay.
So this has nothing to do with the general public.
Okay, I think that needs to be verbalized here because that can be this, a discussion of a concern for a person who's purchasing a home here that has a swimming pool, and they may be reluctant to buy the home because now that's an additional fee. So maybe actually adding that verbiage that this is only applicable to their Rittenhouse. Once it's inspected or installed, it's not considered to the other homes. I just would be more comfortable if that verbiage is added, just for clarity,
I mean, we can adjust that with that. This is for public pools only, not for private pools.
not for private. Okay,
Yeah,
so yeah, that would be, okay, that explains it. Thank you. If you could just add that for an amendment to there. That's the only thing that jumped out at me as far as everything that I read.
Okay. We certainly look into it. I know there's additional verbiage related to pools that clearly defines what you're talking about. But I will gladly take a look at that and make sure it's clear.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So Mr. Tunstall, there's nothing that says public pools in this ordinance?
I mean, it's a UCC ordinance that
Right.
is related to public pools versus private pools. When you get the package for the pools, it clearly defines what your requirements are. This ordinance does not have every finite detail, but there is a package related to getting pool permits, and it goes into great detail as to what your requirements are. So you would not see all of that in here in this document.
Okay, any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Ordinance 2022-14, this is the first reading, amended current chapter 15.5 fences, 155-3 regulations and standard to add the standard to remove existing fencing prior to installation of new fencing. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Councilwoman Perone. Any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Ordinance 2022-15, this is a first reading, amend current chapter 272, Article 5, registration of vacant properties, legislation update to PL 2021, C.444, inches which definition of creditor and vacant property has changed. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Resolution 2022-175, authorizing the approval of vouchers for payment and ratification. I need a motion, please.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Resolution 2022-176, a resolution authorizing refund for overpayment of taxes. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need an approval of treasury report, please.
We still have resolution 177.
I just skipped right over that. Thank you. Resolution 2022-177, resolution authorizing the award of a fair and open contract for professional engineering services related to repairs to the Van Sciver Parkway Bridge. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion for approval of treasury report, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion for approval of minutes for 09/27/22. That's September the 27th, 2022. I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilman Anderson, seconded by Dr. Worthy. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Mayor, just a note to the rest of council, in unfinished business, we did add committee updates and parades and committee. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, so we're on unfinished business. And I know Councilwoman Perone and the Parade and Events Committee has been working very hard to get this Veterans Parade up and running. I know it's a lot of hard work and a lot of months going into this, so we appreciate, and as a council, I know we really appreciate the effort and the work that you and the committee has put in. So I open the floor to you, Councilwoman Perone, and if we can allow any committee members that were listed.
Yes. Thank you.
Got it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I gave the names to our IT director.
And Sean, you can remove Mr. Bavogel and Mr. Tunstall. You can put them back in the waiting room.
So we have in attendance our chair, Ms. Esther Turner, our treasurer, Ms. Jasmine Davis, our secretary, Ms. Duvet Miller. There are two more. I'm not sure if they're in the waiting room. Ms. April Maxwell Henley and Ms. Sheila Olive.
They're in the waiting room, Sean.
Okay, I sent an invite to Sheila. I don't see.
Oh, there she is. She's coming in. Ms. Sheila Olive is our assistant secretary.
That's all I see, Councilwoman.
Okay, I do believe I received a message that Ms. April Maxwell Henley, who's our assistant chair, may not be able to be present tonight. So if we can have Ms. Esther Turner, the chair, be unmuted.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for allowing us the platform and the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about two things. One is the Parade and Events Committee is launching its parade for Veterans Day on November 11th. We're very excited about it. A lot of work has gone into it, as the mayor and also the township manager indicated earlier. We're so grateful for the support that we have been given by the township manager's office and also to the recreation department, namely Dion Bolden, who has been gracious to us as well. We thank you all, and it's really going to be a great event. We're so excited about it. We put a lot of work into this, and we have a lot of surprises. But I want to just say that the parade will consist of decorated floats, color guards, drill teams, fraternities, sororities, dancers, and so much more. And we'd like to encourage the community to come out, because this is for you. It's long overdue. I think the last Veterans Day parade was 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And so we really just want to kind of revitalize the community and bring us all together. And we're going to be celebrating prior to the parade. We're going to have a ceremony at the Kennedy Center. And that's going to start at 11 o'clock. And then from there, we're going to start the parade at 10:30. So bring your lawn chairs and, just bring, your family members and friends, and let's celebrate together. The parade is going to make its way along Veterans Parkway, ending at the municipal complex. So that's what I have for you in reference to the parade. Now, I'd like to present something to the Township Council. This is on behalf of the entire Parades Committee. It's a letter that I would like to read on behalf of the committee. After much consideration during our last Willingboro Township Parades and Events Planning Committee, our meeting was held on Monday, October 24th, 2022. The committee takes exception to the council members making the determination to suspend the celebration of the 4th of July. We recognize the importance of community and how the combined celebration of the independence of our nation reunites the people of Willingboro. Though we also have a new holiday that we're celebrating in recognition of the independence of African-American slaves, Juneteenth, we recognize the importance of also celebrating the original Independence Day. We cannot exclude one element of our history and population to recognize the other. This will serve as an act of polarization in a time when we were trying to regalvanize our community. We recognize the importance of celebrating our summer holidays and giving our families the opportunity to gather and enjoy the whimsical days of summer. We ask the council to kindly reconsider the original decision put forth to cancel 4th of July celebrations in lieu of celebrating Juneteenth. This letter is respectfully submitted on behalf of the Willingboro Township Parades and Events Planning Committee, Esther Turner, Chair, April Maxwell Henley, Co-Chair, Jasmine Davis, Treasurer, Duvet Miller, Secretary, Sheila Oliver, Secretary Assistant, and the Honorable Rebecca Perrone, Council Liaison. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Is there anything else the committee would like to add? Any other member?
Good evening, Madam Mayor.
Good evening.
Evening, honorable council members. My name is Sheila Olive. I reside at 29 Pennypacker Drive in Willingboro. I've lived in Willingboro for over 30 years. And what initially drew me to Willingboro was the sense of family. My ex-husband actually told me that I could pick the place that we were to live in when we retired. And I selected Willingboro over many, many destinations. And the reason why we selected Willingboro was the sense of family and the sense of celebration of the holidays here. And over the past 30 some odd years that I've lived here, I've slowly seen those celebrations dwindle away. And so now, as our chair has read the letter encouraging the council to reconsider their decision, I'd like to add my voice to that letter, because I believe that it's really important, especially now in the day and time that we live in, to bring our families and our community together in celebration. Thank you for your time. I respectfully submit my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Olive. Anyone else? All right, council, do you have any input? We did get a request, and again, I want to echo that we are appreciative of all the work that this committee puts in trying to make sure that our community has the proper events and bringing families together. So we absolutely do appreciate that. For me, in terms of the 4th of July, I don't think the council was trying to cancel 4th of July. There were many things that went into that decision, and a lot of it was also the cost of fireworks. I don't think that the lack of fireworks cancels the holiday, but I am open to other input from other council members on their feelings on the request from the committee, from the events committee.
I have one, Madam Mayor.
Dr. Worthy?
I guess I'm a bit surprised because I wasn't aware of the cancellation of 4th of July. I've had many conversations with Councilwoman Perrone in preparation for Veterans Day and was really excited about it. If this was brought up, I certainly would have been happy to talk to my colleague about this if it was a concern, but I honestly don't recall any conversations about canceling 4th of July. I do remember conversations about fireworks and trying to determine when we could do fireworks. Juneteenth was a thought, continuing them on with the Jazz Festival, as that's been going on as a tradition. But the township, to my knowledge, didn't have any 4th of July festivities planned. And so I don't remember any conversation about canceling them. So I'm just a bit surprised at this organized attempt to persuade council to not cancel it when there wasn't, I'm not aware of a decision to cancel 4th of July.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilwoman Perrone, yes.
Yes, Councilman Worthy, you are correct. During our last meeting, which you were not present at that meeting, I did bring to the attention the challenges that I had faced with regards to planning July 2023, 4th of July. I did try to plan it this year. However, it was explained to me that I need to reserve fireworks a year in advance. So that's what I was trying to do currently. And what I needed was an additional support as far as expenses, because the fireworks were going to be basically $15,000. And with my current budget, I was only able to give a deposit, which would be half of the $15,000. However, I wanted to bring to the attention, which I brought to the attention at our last council meeting, that if we are in agreement with this, then when we discuss our budget, that monies would be expected to be included with the Parade and Events Committee as far as our budget for next year, and of course, additional monies for other events that we plan to have. At that time, it was brought as a suggestion by Councilman Whitfield that we not have fireworks for 4th of July. I then asked a question, surprisingly, I said, well, 4th of July, that's what we do. We have fireworks. And she explained further that, well, why don't we just not have the 4th of July celebration and just combine it with Juneteenth and celebrate Juneteenth as our Independence Day and utilize the financial expense for Juneteenth and have fireworks on Juneteenth. And it was also stated that the residents of Willingboro could visit other communities that are also celebrating July 4th and could have the opportunity to visit those townships. At that time, it was agreed by the 4 council that that suggestion was fine and that we agreed. And I think Madam Mayor asked, would I have enough time to communicate this information to my committee between then and our next council meeting, which is today, with that information, which I did take that information back to our committee. We discussed amongst ourselves, and this is the letter that we drafted, is what we've come up with as far as our thoughts, and wanted to bring it to your attention for reconsideration of not celebrating July 4th in lieu of only celebrating Juneteenth. So in summary, that's basically what took place and where we are today.
And I'd just like to clarify the comments that I made. It was not to cancel or not celebrate the 4th of July. I encourage the celebration of 4th of July for our residents, and but I did make the suggestion that we enhance our already standing Juneteenth celebration that is a large township production and add fireworks to that celebration to enhance that experience for our residents, rather than the exorbitant cost of fireworks for the 4th of July, because that is a highly requested firework day and the cost is significantly higher if we were to have fireworks at any other time during the year.
Right.
It was also explained, additional information that was brought to the table at our last council meeting is that Senator Troy Singleton actually provides the expense for the fireworks for our jazz festival, and he actually gets a really reasonable rate, nowhere near close to $15,000. And it was explained by the vendor that that is because it's not a peak holiday such as July 4th. Mm-hmm. So the additional suggestion was, okay, no fireworks celebrating on July 4th. Let's just have the collaborative Juneteenth and we not do July 4th. So I didn't say that before, so I wanted to add that as well with regard to the expense. So that's
right.
where
yeah, just like I guess we were talking about fireworks, no fireworks on July 4th. I think we were trying to come away with because of the exorbitant costs compared to other holidays. I just have a question for Mr. Harris real quick. I know next year Willingboro is going to be celebrating, a couple of milestones. Do we have anything from recreation on the table for July 4th? Or
we don't have anything
through the week
on the table for July 4th.
Okay.
And, I understand your conversation is related to fireworks, but there are a lot of other expenses that would be related to having fireworks on the 4th of July, as far as public work overtime, fire department overtime, police, and things like that related as well. Not related to this this particular subject, but I think there's more to consider than just the cost of the fireworks by including a separate event, specifically celebrating the 4th of July in that particular manner.
Right, and I was just going to say that he's correct, and that's why I brought it to the last council meeting, because I recognize that $15,000 is a large part of the budget that I did receive last year, which I've never planned a 4th of July, so I had no idea that's how much it cost. But yes, absolutely, because we were planning to have a huge 4th of July celebration. I've never had it. I've never, since I've lived here, I've not experienced a 4th of July event here, but I've heard that that's what we've done. So there would be additional expense, just like the parade. There's additional expense that goes into play. So that's why it was decided at the last meeting that we wouldn't celebrate 4th of July. We would utilize the expenses that are already placed for Juneteenth and not celebrate the July 4th because of the financial expense. It wasn't just that we would have July 4th without fireworks. And actually that was my first question when Councilman Whitfield said, well, why don't we just not have fireworks? But I was like, well, that's what we always do that on 4th of July is the fireworks. So that's how we arrived at this decision then. But I mean, we're open to, we just, like, again, the committee, we're just asking that, you know, that this be reconsidered and something else be worked out. We would not like to see 4th of July disappear. And just as far as one councilwoman, I will state too as well, and I think it was stated clearly in the letter, that, you know, this is part of our history. Although we are majority African-American community, we are residents of different ethnicities, and ultimately we live in America, and this is our American history. So if we can find a way to interchain both, I think that's what we should do. I think we should have fireworks again, you know, in June. I know it's 1 month difference, but the fireworks really was to symbolize, you know, the war that had taken place when the history happened. Not to go too much into history, but that was a symbolic of why we do the fireworks for when America became America, you know. And again, there's a lot of history with the Native American Indians, so I don't want to get too much into history. I understand that. I do appreciate that we have now made Juneteenth a part of an Independence Day that we do celebrate. But as a committee, we do feel strongly that we should not celebrate or recognize the independence of America, which is July 4th.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perrone. Dr. Worthy, I didn't know if you had your hand raised before.
I did, yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering if the administration had already provided what a tentative budget would look like to do the entire 4th of July event, whatever the Parades and Events Committee was looking to do, so we could see just, you know, how much does it cost with the holiday pay and things like that, because we haven't been doing 4th of July celebrations in town. So I was just curious what the total cost would be to do the 4th of July.
Well, we haven't budgeted that out, but I can go ahead and prepare some numbers for you for the next time that we meet.
I think that would be a helpful part of the conversation, at least for me. It's not that I don't support doing events. I'm curious of what the cost, what the cost would be. And also if the Parade and Events Committee have considered doing events at other times of the year where we're not really doing a whole lot. So for instance, in the summer, we do have Juneteenth and the Jazz Fest in June and August, but we don't do anything necessarily through other months of the year, like especially during the winter months, or just curious if they've looked at the whole year and try to spread out the events, or is the intent really to make sure that we have like a packed summer with outdoor events?
So that's a good, I can respond to that. Did you want to respond first, Mr. Harris?
Well, I was going to say that, this summer is the 50th anniversary of Mill Creek Park. And that's one of the things that I've been discussing with our recreation is, we want to spend the summer in the park with different events and activities and things like that. So, all of that would have to be taken into consideration from a budgetary standpoint as far as, how much revenue the township is willing to invest in, summer activities.
Right, and I think that would be helpful, even in alignment, helpful information, as Dr. Worthy stated, working in alignment with our events and parades committee, because I think it's hard just to make a decision off of one date as opposed to looking at the holistic picture of what we're trying to do for the year, or even if we break it down in the summer. But there are a lot of months, so I would like to see the cost too, so that we can understand what we're working with. And I would also ask that the committee look into other activities for July 4th too, even if it's not the, you can add the fireworks to it, but kind of round out the day, since it seems open at this point. But see what else we can do, and we can kind of balance it. I think we're just trying to balance the budget, make sure we're spending money appropriately. And I think, working in alignment with recreation, to see what they're doing, so we can kind of meld together.
Yeah, actually, and just to answer to Councilman Worthy's question about the yearly plans, our committee does have a few other events for the entire year throughout seasonally. That expense, which became a surprise to me as well, was the fireworks. But that really would wipe out our entire $25,000 budget that I received last year. Again, it came as a surprise to me. This is why I brought it to your attention. In addition to, we can look into seeing the other events that we had planned, and we can actually share with you what we already planned for last year, since we're approaching the new year. However, one of the other additional pressing challenges is that we must reserve July 4th, 2023, like tomorrow. And by reserving it, we must put half of it down, right? So, and then the other thing is that we're going to be approaching looking at our new budget for in March, right? That's when we kind of do it, February, March. But we can't wait until March to decide if we're going to do July 4th. We really have to decide it now. But expecting that if we do July 4th, with the traditional aspects of it, which is the boom, bang, hooray, is the firework, that would need to be decided at least by our next council meeting, in order to reserve that date. Or else we won't be able to do it, just like this year. I wasn't even able to do it because, one, the expense, two, I didn't reserve it from last year, but I also didn't know I had to do that.
No, and I applaud you for bringing it. I think this is the great conversation. You bring it to our attention. I think we can start forming a budget before the new year. We can start forming it, even if it's not passed until March, but we can, definitely bring to the table, the full scope of what you want to accomplish for the whole year. And that way we can look to divvy up what we need to divvy up, for your purposes.
Well, I guess my proposal would be, because at the last council meeting, we had agreed to celebrate Juneteenth and have the fireworks then. But if at this meeting, we're thinking, let's keep July 4th, let's celebrate it, then really it would just mean that we would agree to have that expense for fireworks for July 4th and not have fireworks on Juneteenth.
Yeah, and I think the Juneteenth was an option to be discussed. I don't think we were like, yeah, let's do it. It was just more like, would you consider looking at the cost for Juneteenth? So I'm still of the mind that we could do something for July 4th with or without fireworks. I'm not sold. I just would like to see the holistic picture.
And I'd like to add, if we do 4th of July, I would want to do it with fireworks, but I think that looking to see what is that 50th anniversary of Mill Creek Park going to include, and 4th of July may be part of that, but without understanding what do we have in store for the summer months celebrating Mill Creek, I'm just uncomfortable saying, okay, yes, go ahead with the fireworks when we don't even know what the whole plan is. But I do agree, Councilwoman Perrone, that if we're going to celebrate 4th of July, it's done with the fireworks, as part of it.
And what Mr. Harris is referring to, that would come out of the recreational budget, not the parade and events budget, because there's 2 different budgets.
No, understood. I just look at it as Willingboro budget. I mean, regardless of if it's events or recreation, we want to be mindful of, what events we're having and how we're spending that money, because it's still, I understand what you're saying. You would need to know if you're going to have the money. I get that.
Yeah. Right. And then the deposit thing, that's the big elephant in the room. I kind of need to have that now. And yes, half the money is there, but then if we're not all in agreement that we're going to move forward with July 4th of 2023, then that draws a problem because, the other expenses, the other events that we would like to have, such as Veterans Day, we'd like to have Veterans Day again next year. It's not 15,000 for Veterans Day, but still, like I said, I brought it to your attention, and that was our last meeting. The committee's here, and I did reiterate everything that I just stated at this meeting. I did not change anything. I stated the same information to the committee, and I did explain they can review them. I explained to them if they missed a meeting to review the last meeting so they can hear, what was stated. And this is what we brought to the council for consideration to not have July 4th. So I guess in closing, what is the takeaway? So we can, I know we have other things, parts of the agenda. How do you want to proceed, Madam Mayor?
So I would say, Mr. Harris, is there any way for the next meeting? We don't have that next meeting, Councilwoman Perrone, till the 22nd, I believe. Will that knock you out of your time frame?
The only thing that's really, I guess I've been working with Madam Clerk with the communication of the vendor. We did have a 3-way call with him. We can give him another call just to kind of have some hope. We can pencil it in for us that we're trying to discuss this, and we're considering possibly having July 4th, and for him to kind of pencil that in for us.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you make sure we put this back on for unfinished business? Mr. Harris, can we get some information of, some sort of information for the 50th celebration of Willingboro, so we can kind of see holistically how much we're going to put towards events and recreation?
Well, I will try to put something together as best as we can, but I won't say that we had mapped out all of those plans as of yet, but I just communicated with Ms. Bolden, and we're going to revisit our plans for her department to include those events for the summer.
There is one other thing I want to bring to the committee, the council's attention, and maybe since Mr. Taylor is online with us, because during some of my planning, I had incorporate revenue for some of our events, such as food vendors, where I would charge for food vendors and different things where people would pay us to be a part of our events. But it was explained to me that whatever monies was received could not be used for events. It wouldn't go back into the Parade and Events Committee. We couldn't reuse it for other events. So that draws a challenge because some events, can be, we can receive something where I can then use that money for another smaller event, such as like maybe, honestly, because I was also thinking like having and I know we had trunk or treat for the children who were 2 through 12 years old, but I was also thinking having a party for the teenagers at the JFK Center, a costume party, doing some more things with our teenagers and just other events, small events that I'm thinking of having for different groups of communities. And it would help if I could be able to make revenue and use it for other events. But then it was explained by our Mr. Harris and our CFO that I can't do that. So Mr. Harris, Mr. Taylor, I know I'm just asking this question now, but if you have a response to that, like how do I create revenue and use it for other events?
Sure. I'll try my best to give you a summary answer. So in your capacity as a member of the governing body, you have no capacity or authority to generate revenue and or use revenue for other events. The Township of Willingboro, by ordinance, establishes rates and fees for these types of charges for vendors, et cetera. Any monies received in your capacity as a member of the council that the township hosts basically goes back into the township's coffers. And then through your budgeting process, working with Mr. Harris, the council can appropriate funds and designate funds for various committees, et cetera. I understand there's a custom and practice in Willingboro for some of these community-based liaison committees, we'll call it, to work with the council. And that's great. It's a great initiative, et cetera. But those committees don't necessarily have any separate and unilateral authority to, I'll say, commingle funds with the town. Now, if that committee was a separate standalone nonprofit or organization, like let's say the PTA or the Boys and Girls Club or some other nonprofit, and they're doing a fundraiser, they're doing an event, then, you know, that's their business. Even if they're doing the event kind of with the support or in conjunction with the township, it still would technically be their event. But in this instance, in your capacity as a member of the governing body, and through this, I'll say, liaison committee, you know, if there's $1,000 generated, that $1,000 essentially becomes the township's money, not your committee's money, so to speak. And I'm happy to, you know, put that in writing in a memo. And again, I'm not saying this to say you can't and or shouldn't do this. We're just simply trying to outline the right way to do it. That's all.
What about donations? If we receive donations for our, like, for example, for this event, I wanted to receive sponsorship for like food and different things. If I were to receive donation, how could I receive the donation, and how could reuse that money?
So again, I just, you know, there's no I in team. Although Kobe said there's an M and an E for him, but it's not you receiving or soliciting donations. It's the Township of Willingboro.
Right.
And so those donations are made to the Township of Willingboro. Now that the donor can specify how he or she would like, or it, if it's a corporate donor, would like the funds to be utilized. And that's fine. But even in that instance, the money goes to the township and the township redirects it for that initiative or something else, if it deems appropriate.
Okay, so if somebody donated, I don't know, let's say they donated $1,000 for the Veterans Day Parade.
Correct, yeah.
And I have 500 left over. Could I use the 500 after I bought food? Or could I use the other 500 for, let's say, a party for the teenagers, a costume party at the JFK Center for food? Could I use it for another event under the same committee?
Can you? No. Can the township? Maybe.
Right, meaning that's what I mean. The parade and events committee, not me personally, me.
So again, I think it's a function of dialogue with your finance committee in conjunction with your manager, figuring out how best to account for those funds and redistribute those funds. You know, if that's the designated way, then so be it. But it's not something that you or any other member of the governing body should even. And I don't want to go into too much more detail, but there are ethical issues, there are legal issues, there are other just best practices that would suggest, and you would be well advised to delegate the accounting for all those funds to an employee of the Township of Willingboro, i.e. your township manager, your CFO, someone other than an elected official, because that is a bit beyond the role and scope of your authority.
Oh, no, absolutely. It actually goes to, I wasn't speaking that it would go to my bank account. I'm not even
your account. I'm not saying your account. I'm just saying the calculation for it, the accounting for it, the spending of it, that's the administration's job. That's all I'm saying.
Right. And it
now, you can do it with in consultation with the council, under your leadership, under your, you know, the vision, the policy, et cetera. But again, the counting of the dollars and cents and the spending of the money and who gets what and what vendor, that's an administrative function.
That's correct. And we need to be very cautious because committees don't have authority to contract and purchase and things. Those are all done through the township. So, we need to be cognizant of exactly who is doing what and how these funds are not only received, but how they are spent as well.
Mr. Harris.
And Councilwoman, I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying that it can't be done. I'm just trying to outline the right way to do it. So.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't go to the store or a vendor myself and pay them any money. I've been working through the clerk. I understand the process. The part that's a disconnect is revenue, because there are some things that of different events that they would pay us to participate, like sell food as a vendor. They're a vendor. We have that system set up. So once they're paying that money for the vendor food truck, let's just speak to that part of where that money goes and how can it be regurgitated for the community in the township. That's what I was just trying to understand. But I think I have you, Mr. Taylor. I understand what you're saying, that it's an administrative communication. And it sounds like if there was any revenue received, then between the township manager and the council, as far as this is how much was received from this event, we did put it over here in the whole budget, but we can now put that back into your next year's budget or whatever, or even utilize it that next month, because that's what I would like to use it for. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just trying to see how can I make the money circle to be able to do other events, because we're talking about $15,000 for the 4th of July because of how expensive it is. But then there are ways to make money for smaller events, such as Madam Mayor stated, or I think Councilman Worthy stated, are there other events? Yes. And there are avenues to be able to raise money for smaller events. This way, the larger bulk of what we're putting aside for a larger expense, which we've been made aware is one of them, is the fireworks of $15,000. I don't think there's any other event that really would singularly part of it would cost $15,000, but the 4th of July, that's the fireworks. That's what it costs because it's a peak season. So I was just trying to just let you know what I've been trying to do, the conversations that I've had, the meetings that I've had with Mr. Harris, the vendors, monies, and just trying to get a better understanding of how we can collaborate and utilize our expenses and receive revenue and put it back into the community for events. Ultimately, that's my goal.
And Councilwoman Perron, I think it will be helpful to see a full listing of all of the events that the Parade and Events Committee would like to put forth for the new year and how much they would cost so that we can appropriate for it upfront, regardless of any revenue that is received from it. I would, welcome that and be very open to appropriating funds regardless of how much revenue is received. I guess counterpoint to the 4th of July is not that we should cancel that, but I think we can do a lot more with that $15,000 with other smaller events throughout the year that could serve more residents than spending that large sum of money on one event. So I'd be interested to see a full calendar and, anticipated expenses for that calendar. And I'd, be happy to consider that for upfront appropriation, regardless of revenue generated.
And I can share that because we actually do already have it broken down. We've looked into the other events and I only shared it with the township manager, but I definitely can share it with all of council. So you can see that how much those other smaller events would cost. But just in closing, based off the comment you just made about the 4th of July, you said that the other smaller events, you can see utilizing $15,000 for other purposes. If I'm mishearing you, but the 4th of July, that's the one thing, is the fireworks. And so, but it's like there's no 4th of July without the fireworks. You can have all the hot dogs and burgers you want, but without the fireworks, it's just not, you know what I mean? It's like having a Christmas without the Christmas tree. If you celebrate Christmas, right? Because some people do Hanukkah. But the point is, it's 4th of July, it's $15,000, it's for the fireworks. It's not going to be the only expense. So either we want to move forward with that idea or we don't. The other events, I can share that spreadsheet. I can also show you exactly what we anticipate the expense to be, but that is separate of the $15,000 only for fireworks for 2023. So we just need to come to a consensus of how do we want to move forward with the deposit that we will need very soon for 2023 4th of July if we do plan to have this event.
So do you want to make a motion tonight for that, or do you want to put it on the agenda?
I think we came to the conclusion that we would do it on November 22nd when we had some more information. So we can have a more, we can actually have a more robust, and I would definitely, since you need a decision, I would be open to making a decision on November 22nd.
Okay. And then, so what do you need for me to present on the 22nd? Like what additional information?
Mr. Harris was, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Worthy, actually.
No, I thought Mr. Harris was going to be sharing with us in preparation for that meeting what the Mill Creek 50th anniversary was going to be, because that was the conversation about recreation already having events planned through the summer. So I think understanding that, and then how much Mr. Harris was going to let us know how much would it cost all in for the 4th of July celebration, given the fireworks at 15,000, but the holiday pay and whatever other, things would have to come along with that.
And then Councilwoman Perrone, for your committee, your plans for the next year, because you're into July, you're into July for next year, and which I think is wise, but what you have going for the whole year, and we can kind of get a feel, for what we may need to allot.
Okay, yeah, I definitely will. I'll get that to you before our next meeting. For the other events, so you have a general idea of what those will cost. And I guess we'll wait to hear back from Mr. Harris for our next meeting as far as the other event that he's referring to, which is coming from a different budget. But to my understanding, what you're saying is depending on what that costs, that will determine the factor if we're going to have July 4th an expense.
I think we can just make a better decision.
To look at a whole, to see it as a whole.
Get to see the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we may be like, okay, let's spend it all. We just got to see, what's what.
Fair enough.
I would feel more comfortable with that. And then I think you can have your answer by the 22nd.
Yeah. Okay. And in between that, like I said, I'll just make a call to the vendor and have them pencil in to hold July 4th to 2023 temporarily. Correct.
Okay. Perfect. I appreciate you bringing this to council now. I think it's good discussion, and it is something to consider over the next couple of weeks.
All right. Well, thank you.
I didn't know if your committee had anything else to say. They're open. They're more than welcome to add to the conversation.
I just would like to thank you so very much, Madam Mayor, and the rest of the council for entertaining this discussion. It's a good discussion, and we really just love the community, and we want to really bring joy to them and to revitalize the community. I'm a longtime resident of Willingboro. I graduated from Kennedy High School. I don't want to date myself, but I graduated in 1970, and I was in those parades. I was a color guard. And so year after year, we celebrated, and community came out, family came together, and it was just a wonderful thing. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so it's back on the agenda for the 22nd. Councilman Perrone, thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Is there any other unfinished business from other council members?
Yes, just real quick. I know as we are getting closer to the holidays, I know that the shelter board committee, we start to look at what we're going to do for Christmas. And I just want to make sure that we have the process down for the monies that we allocated to these committees to be able to use them, to spend them, to purchase these gifts for the kids. I know last year there was a lot of confusion. So I just want to get in front of it and just make sure we can coordinate with all the committees who are looking to do different things for these upcoming holidays to see how they can access those dollars that we have allocated so that it's a seamless process. So I just want to get a head start on it. So if the clerk, can, communicate that to these committees or however we want to get the information out. This way, we can work through this without any headaches.
Okay, I appreciate, I agree. And Mr. Harris, is there a way we can connect even this week to make sure we have that protocol streamlined?
Yeah, we had this discussion a while ago, and those protocols have all been put into place. And I think Mr. Anderson was correct, and the clerk's office was going to be the point of contact for the boards and commissions. So we can go over them again, Ms. Blodgett, if you a desire
Unless
to
you're
do
clear,
so.
okay, unless you're clear, Madam Clerk, okay.
Yeah, like I said, if we can just reach out to see
I'm
what
clear.
committees.
They just have to get whatever they need or what they're purchasing to me.
Right. So all I'm asking for is some new some communication, because that happened mid-year, beginning of the year. So I'm pretty sure some of them have forgotten. So if we can just reiterate to them, if we can get some communication out to the boards and commissions to say, hey, this is the process if you're looking to do something, just to refresh their memories.
Yeah, and I just want to keep in mind that since a lot of this is coming through the clerk's office, we are short-staffed. So I think we just have to make sure we allot enough time to for the clerk to manage whatever we need. And I know the season's getting near.
Correct. And I think that needs to be part of that communication, how much time in order for it to get done. We have to put a deadline in place, whether it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever she decides. But I think we just need to have clear communication.
Okay.
So we as liaisons aren't trying to field these calls and scramble.
Okay.
And we'll work with Ms. Blodgett and help her support her in communicating to any boards and commissions that she needs.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
And Brenda, you did a great job last year. Okay. Helping Providence House. But I do know it was a last minute thing where you had to drop some work just to make it happen, but you did make it happen. And the board appreciates that so much. So because you did a great job, we just thought you could just do more this year.
Yeah.
But you got a bum foot.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Any other unfinished business? And I did just want to say in the public for council, we just have to have a brief discussion about the jingle jangle and executive. So I just wanted to let you know that we'll have a conversation. All right, moving on to new business. Any council member have any items for new business? All right, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. So under NJSA 40:69A-96, during the month of November of each year, the municipal manager shall require all of the department heads to submit requests for appropriations for the ensuing budget year and to appear before him at a public meeting, which shall be held during that month, which is the month of November, on these various requests. As this is a statutory requirement, I appreciate the council allowing us to have some of these presentations during the meeting, which will allow you and the public to ask any questions as appropriate. This evening, we're going to have hearings for the library and senior services, veterans affairs, and community affairs. All of these requests will become the basis for the 2023 budget, which will be formally presented to you in the very early portion of next year, although you will have the information later at the beginning or the end of this year. I'm going to ask Sean if he will bring Ms. Foster into the meeting, and Willingboro Public Library, I believe that's going to be Ms. Sandra Cronch. And then if you could put on the screen for sharing the library's presentation. And Ms. Cronch, you are live and ready to go.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and residents. I am Sandra Krantz, and I am the Director of the Willingboro Public Library. The public library exists for the benefit of the citizens of Willingboro and of the community at large. The first duty of the library is service to the public. It is our mission to serve as a diverse, interactive, digital, and physical hub that is built by and for the Willingboro community. The role of the library is to provide access to information for everyone with no barriers or judgments. In 2021, the library circulated over 22,400 items, provided more than 325 in-person and online programs, and hosted more than 18,500 visitors. This upcoming proposed budget represents the library's contribution, state aid, grants, and the township appropriation request. You can go to slide 3. Do you need me to advance it?
When you're ready, just say next slide.
Okay, next slide. And one more. Okay, so I've listed all of the line items for the library expenses, and basically I'm going to hit all of the line items that have any kind of a change, and I'll give the explanation for that. Our salary and wages, the change, we have a 20,000% or $20,000 decrease in our request. This is salaries for all part-time and full-time employees. This reduction is due to an employee retirement, anticipated personnel changes, and we had a grant in 2022 that contributed towards our salary line, and that was the ARPA grant. And that was expended, and that grant ended on September 30th. Our benefits and escrow is $21,100 increase, and that is because of the 20% increase in insurance costs for all public employees. Our book budget, that is for books in print, including customer requests, we're asking for $10,000 more dollars. We're trying to gradually build that line item up again. If you recall, back in 2020, we went to a zero cost for books because we had a budget cut. So we're slowly trying to build that line up again. So we're hoping to go from 15,000 to 25,000. And our downloadable content, that includes Hoopla and Overdrive, which are online books or ebooks, audiobooks, and even some TV shows and movies, and also Kindle titles, and we loan out Kindles. This is just an anticipated use adjustment. Again, we spent a lot of money in the ARPA grant for electronic materials. So the $1,000 reduction is shown there. Periodicals and subscriptions and audiovisual materials and software and licenses all remain flat. Office supplies, we're anticipating a $2,000 increase. Office supplies, basically there's a cost increase for supplies across the board, and also our book processing is included in that line item. And with the increase in the number of books, our book processing costs will go up. Equipment lease and purchases is, again, that's a flat. There's no increase or decrease there. There is a change, or there is no change in postage. It should be noted that our postage is for outgoing and also incoming. When we purchase books from our bookseller, we have to pay for the postage. So, but that line item has remained unchanged. Change the slide, please. Okay, our telephone and telecom, that's going up nominal, like $250. Just that includes our telephone, our hotspots, which we loan out, our wireless, and that's just a change in service fees from 2022. The trustee expenses is basically for members of our trustees to belong to the trustee association, and that is, there's no increase in that line item. Administrative, we are anticipating that going up by 2,500. That includes travel reimbursement, professional memberships, professional development, and the increase is largely due to an increase in legal fees for the library. Let's see, auditing bookkeeping there is no change there. Programs and publicity there's an anticipated $2,000 increase. That's basically for supplies and materials, refreshments for all of our programming. And that's all programming across all ages. And that's because we are anticipating an increase in in-person programming. We do have a lot of virtual programming, but we're hoping to increase in-person programming. Utilities is our biggest jump, and that is $27,000. The library pays standard alternative, which is the solar, PSE&G gas and electric, and our WMUA fees. And this is based on our actual usage in 2022 as of September 30th. So we're anticipating that our utilities will go up by about $27,000 next year. The building maintenance equipment and supplies line, there's a reduction by $12,500. And that line is for our burglar alarm monitoring, fire extinguishers, toilet paper, Seafold paper towels, all COVID supplies. And the reduction is due to the township taking over maintenance of a lot of the building issues. And we thank you for that, so that we were able to reduce that line item. And then finally, the HVAC maintenance and service. That's a $2,000 increase over this year. And that includes 2 preventive maintenance contracts, each for 6 months, and Hydrologic, which provides the water for our chiller, our cooling tower, and also some ad hoc repairs. So that completes all of the line items. If you advance the slide, please. And I've broken down basically what I just gave you comes to $1,311,197, and this is for the proposed budget. If we were to get a flat appropriation, our 2023 proposed budget increase, including the library's contribution, would be $118,697. And if you were to subtract what the library is proposing to contribute to the budget, which is $42,905, the increase that we are asking for from the township is $75,792. And that completes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions anyone has. Dr. Worthy?
Madam Mayor, can I proceed?
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Worthy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Krantz, for the numbers that were shared with us tonight, the as of numbers for 2022, can you share what that cutoff was?
September 30th.
September 30th. Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for Mrs. Krantz?
I do have a question for Ms. Krantz. You had mentioned the telephone hotspots that you lend out to.
Yes.
Do you charge any type of fees for use, or do we just absorb that cost 100% for those hotspots?
Yeah, we absorb the cost for that.
And have you considered maybe charging the associated fees or a portion thereof with the use of those hotspots?
We have not.
Okay, so I think that's something that we may need to consider for 2023. Also, your postage expense, you had listed at $2,000, but in 2022 to date, you have spent less than $1,000. Why do you anticipate such a huge increase in your postage expense for next year?
It's the way that, like I said, the expenses are for outgoing mail as well as incoming. And the way that our bookseller invoices us, they will not invoice us for months at a time, and then we'll get an invoice for many, many thousands of dollars. So we probably, I can tell you, we have not been billed for a lot of the books that we've already ordered.
Okay.
That those funds are most likely are encumbered. We just don't have the invoices yet.
Yes, the timing of the billing.
Yeah.
Timing of the billing. And again, with the utilities, $27,000. That's a big hike in utility anticipated expenses.
Yes, and again, it's based on actual up to September 30th. And then, projected for the last quarter.
Right. Okay.
Unfortunately, that's the one we can't control,
I think one thing the council needs to maybe keep in mind too, that, we have been talking about that ESIP program. And I think if there is a possibility that, you might move forward that would probably more likely remove that $44,000 off of HVAC maintenance and repairs, because we would essentially be replacing that whole system. Not that there's a guarantee that that's going to move forward, but just a consideration. Any other questions, thoughts?
Dr. Worthy?
I just want to say thank you, Ms. Crumbs, for preparing the budget in a very concise way to make it easy to follow, to see what was and what you're requesting for 23. So I do appreciate the work that you and the board and the administration put forth to present this to council and to be part of the budget process.
You're welcome, and thank you for including us.
Thank you, Ms.
Crumbs. If there's no further, then we'll move on with Ms. Reva Foster.
Good evening, everyone. Mayor, Council, can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Good evening.
Good
Sean,
evening.
can you put Ms. Foster's presentation on the screen, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present my budget for 2023. Next slide, please. We are going to provide standards of quality and excellence in the Community Affairs, Senior Services, and Veterans Affairs departments, which is under one roof here at the Senior Center. And we offer the Willingboro community a variety of comprehensive, proactive, community-based services and programs as specified in the department's SMART goals and objectives, which we set up in the beginning of the year, which are accomplished and clearly documented monthly. Next slide, please. And these include the following: schedule 27 in-house and virtual classes on fitness, nutrition, mental health, chronic disease, pain management, health fairs, and sessions and seminars dealing with grief and aging for over 2,800 participants monthly. We have our people sign in as they come, and we total up the number of participants that we have in the programs monthly. To secure 20 sponsors and medical professionals to provide educational sessions and administer COVID-19 vaccinations, boosters, flu, and shingles shots bi-monthly. And we also have provided 3,000 COVID antigen kits for home use by the businesses and their employees. Advocate for senior citizen, veterans, and community residents for a reduction of prescription drugs, medical services, and tax rebate as they qualify. The most important one there this year has been prescription drugs, the cost of prescription drugs. We were advocating for that bill several years ago. And as you see now, it is been approved, not only statewide, but federal has also approved the reduction on prescription drugs. Provide routine wellness telephone calls to 3,513 residents during the pandemic, and we are still providing those calls now. Provide weekly programs, structures for prevention of food insecurities. With the high cost of food and everyone is on a fixed income, and some people have been scaled down from a full-time job to a part-time job, we want to make sure that people get food and we provide food to anyone in need of food. Provide one-on-one economic development assistance grants and follow up with the local businesses to make sure that they either receive it or they are aware that they are being provided by the state. Provide educational speeches and programs at community-wide meetings and special events as requested. I'm always going to the meetings for a number of the organizations within the community, as well as the churches and any of the other organizations that need information related to getting assistance for their people that are residents of the community. Next slide, please. This is the budget for 2021, 2022, and 2023. I'll start off with the first line being awards and dues. As you can see, during 2021 and 2022, we did not use that budget at all. But this year, coming up on 2023, we plan to use it for recognition awards for people in the community that are doing excellent work in terms of helping the community and assisting us in providing some of the programs that we do here in the senior center, not only for seniors, but for veterans and any other residents that come to the center. Travel expenses, we did not use the funds for that in 2021 or 2022. And this year, we're wanting to use $800 of it for legal of municipalities, and also for any other programs that we feel we need to go to. The reason we didn't use it before, not only because of COVID, but in previous years, I never charged the township for me going to the legal municipalities. I always paid for that personally, or I got a sponsor to pay for me to go. Training, same applies there. We're going to, based on the township manager's request, we're not going to pay for that ourselves individually. We're going to take it out of the budget line for training at the legal municipalities. If anyone is taking a CEU, as you understand that, and also for grant training. We do not do the food program as we do every summer for the last 13 years because we're concentrating on health and wellness for the seniors and the people in the community. Clothing and equipment. Obviously, we want to have clothing for the CDL licensed drivers that drive our van and our Surrey. And during the winter months, they need some jackets. And the reason they need those is because we want the public to identify that we are the Willingboro Township, as most of us do have the t-shirts with the Willingboro Township symbol on it. And we want to make sure that the staff members that work in community affairs and senior services also have shirts for that. But the only little jackets that will be given will be for the CDL certified drivers that will be driving the van and the Surrey to bring seniors to the center. And also, anytime any department needs to use the Surrey, our drivers take them where they need to go. And also major organizations within the township, they also drive them to different events, and obviously to veterans events that are around the state that Willingboro veterans need to go to. And we want our drivers to not only have a vehicle, but to be warm with a jacket in the event they need to get out of the vehicles as well. Events. You see in 2021, we had $12,000 and we used that. In 2022, we reduced it to $8,000. And in 2023, we're going back to the 12,000 because we hold 10 events and celebrations, which includes the musical, entertainment, catering service, and food for approximately 250 people that will come to those events. And we do this every year, and the seniors enjoy it and their families enjoy it because a number of times those holiday events, and they're the Thursday or the Friday before the holiday that these events take place, and they will be coming to the banquet hall and or senior center. We hold those events at that time. In 2022, obviously with COVID rampant as it was, we did not hold the events the way we did in the previous year or plan to hold it for 2023. But we do plan to hold it and be socially distancing and wear our masks and continue to give the COVID vaccines and the booster shots as we have been doing since the COVID started. Projects. This is for certified instructors payments for upstarting classes, general workers, and aides who assist with the room setup for classes, event setups, and attentiveness to the participants. It started in 2021 at $13,000. It went down in 2022 to $12,000. And in 2023, we're asking to go back up to $13,000. And why? Because our participation levels has increased tremendously at the center. We have more seniors and residents coming to take advantage of the programs that I mentioned before that is part of our SMART goals, such as pain management, chronic diseases, and not just seniors have chronic diseases. People are coming with chronic diseases that are coming from the community that realize that we're offering those classes and they want to take those classes. And so we have certified instructors that are doing that. Programs, certified instructors payments for daily classes and programs for over 3,000 monthly attendees. We're up to 3,000 monthly attendees that come to the senior center. It says senior center, but it's more than a senior center. It's a community center as well, because they're coming in for the programs that we offer. 37,000 in 2021, 40,000 in 2022, and in 2023, 40,000. We're going to keep it at 40,000. And why? Because people are coming. We've had the center open, as everyone knows, and everyone is wearing masks, and we have masks that we give them that we have gotten from the building maintenance department, as well as donated masks in cases that we're distributing to the people that come in, and we're socially distancing, and we have not had a hotspot here. Knock on wood. God bless us continuing that process that we're doing. And at the front desk, when you come in, you need to have a mask on. If you don't, we give you a mask when you sign in, and we clean all of the pens that they use to sign their names in. And even in the classes, they understand they're socially distancing. And in some classes, they are sit down exercises and stand up exercises. They're socially distancing. And also we have cards and cards of responses from them, from the doctors that are glad that we are doing the programs that we are doing. And I plan to share those with the township manager as well, and make sure that he is also seeing the cards that they are writing to the center and the doctors, their responses for our programs. Next slide, please. Office equipment. That should slide over. I don't know what happened when it was put into the slide for the presentation, but if you could follow me, 2021 and 2022, we did not use anything for equipment then, but in 2023, we plan to use $500 for office basic equipment, calculators, and adding machines. so that we can keep track of information. The ones that we have, we've had them for over 12 years, and some of them are very difficult to use for the different areas that we need to make sure we keep track of what we're doing in each section of the departments. Program supplies, 2021, it was 13.5. 2022, it was down 9,000, primarily because we didn't need or use the supplies. And then in 2023 is 2,000. We were very, very fortunate because as one of our sponsors here, we were able to connect with Rowan College as well as with Rutgers. And when Rowan decided that they were going to move out of the town center, we were in relationships with them for years where they would come here and teach a few of our classes. But now that they're moving, they donated quite a number of the chronic disease manuals and quite a number of the equipment that we needed. But we need that 2,000 in 2023 because of the increase in attendance required. Other supplies such as mats, weights, chairs, and tables for the use in our classes. Contractual, that's our major area for the certified contract instructors payment for their daily classes, aides, and event helpers. 30,000 2021, 35,000 in 2022, and it will stay the same in 2023 with no increase. Now, the certified instructors, you must understand that all the instructors that teach the classes are certified in their area. And we have to go out to bid. We have to put out by the websites and bring in the salary amounts that's paid to these people. And normally we meet that standard by paying them much, much less than they would be paid anyplace else in a normal environment. A lot of them are school teachers that are retired. Some of them want to volunteer their services, but after volunteering with us for 10 years or 12 years, some of them, then that we had to pay them. We wanted to pay them to thank them for their services to us. And as you saw in the beginning of our presentation, we say we have 27 different kinds of things, classes, programs that the seniors can go to, as well as the residents can go to. And so we have a number of instructors that are teaching those classes. If you add the contractual, the projects, and the program that was on the second page, or the page before, you would see it will come up to $88,000, which is more than we would pay for a full-time employee, one full-time employee, and we're using much more employees, much more vendors, we call them, or certified instructors to teach those classes. The bulk of our budget is based on providing those services to the seniors, the veterans, and the Willingboro community to be able to take advantage of these various programs that we offer. Under community affairs in 2021, 2022, and 2023, it remains the same. And that's for community affairs, designated programs and projects. Those are programs that we support the community on in terms of providing services to them on an as-needed basis. Veterans Affairs are for designated programs and projects also. In 2021, it was much less, at $2,500. In 2022, it's $4,100. And then in 2023, it's $4,100, the same. And we support the commanders that are part of the various posts in Willingboro and the posts that they're connected with throughout the region and throughout the state, to provide transportation for them, to provide information for them, and to provide classes and the like for them. And that is where that $2,100 goes to take care of the budget. The budget request for this year for 2023 is $100 and $13,850. And it is reduced from what it was before. And we are hopeful that we're able to stay within that range this year and be accepted for that budget so that we can continue to provide the excellent and positive and important services, not only to the seniors, but to the veterans and to the community at large within Willingboro, so that everyone would be able to live through COVID, their families live through COVID, and recognize us as one of the important factors in town to be able to provide the services that are basic needs for them, as well as provide a place for them to be. And that's our motto is, this is the place to be. You're going to get more than just recreation. You're going to get stuff to help you stay healthy, stay alert, and also stay wise to what the federal government and the state are providing for you and helping you get the benefits that you have paid for and are entitled to. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. And next slide, please. I'll take any questions, comments, and or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
I hope I didn't talk too loud.
No, you didn't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from Ms. Foster from council members? Thank you, Ms. Foster. You did a great job.
Thank you, everyone. Now I got to get out of here because I'm so.
Mr. Harris, are you still on? I don't know. Uh-oh, can't hear you. Can't hear you at all. Okay. All right, thank you, Ms. Foster. Does council have anything else for new business? All right, we'll move on to public comment. Public comment is now open. You have 4 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Public comment is now open.
Okay, Brown.
Yes, good evening. How's everyone?
Good.
Good
evening.
Thank you for taking the time to talk to the community. I have 2 questions. My concern is a follow-up.
Can you state your address, please?
Yeah, Sharon Brown, address 78 Executive Lane.
Thank you.
Questions. A follow-up question about the speed sign that's supposed to be installed in all the school, close to the school. And also, if y'all could really reconsider what y'all talking about July 4th, because that's a lot of expense. And you have to remember, people celebrate July 4th differently. People usually go to bigger festival, bigger fireworks. Okay, so we have to be careful how we allocating the money. And also, if there's a problem with Juneteenth, we don't have to have fireworks at Juneteenth. We could just have a regular parade. But just be careful how we allocate funds for July 4th, because a lot of people celebrate it differently, and there's bigger events. It's like Thanksgiving parade. That's how big July 4th is. So we have to be really consider that, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
All right, Shirley Dilworth.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I have an announcement, okay, and a question.
Ms. Dilworth, can I get your address, please?
Yes, 36 Newport Lane. Sorry about that. Yeah. My announcement is, okay, this is an announcement from my church, Parkway Baptist Church. We are inviting families with school-aged children we're having a Cover Me Coat Drive on Thursday, November 10th, 2022, from 4 o'clock to 5 p.m. This is for a coat drive for any students that are in need of outerwear for the season. We have an abundance of coats and accessories that have been donated to us, and we would like to share them with the community. The goal is to aid the community with essential items during this, economic hardship and economic downtime for some of our families. All of the coats, scarves, and gloves are new or gently used, and they are all sanitized according to CDC approved Clorox clothing sanitizer, and they are packaged. So we are inviting families with school-aged children to come out to Parkway Baptist Church on November 10th between 4 o'clock and 5 p.m. to take advantage of this. Now, my question is, I was told that the township has a community board that residents and or organizations may be able to use for advertising, if this is so, could you please tell me how I can access it? Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Dilworth.
All right, Edward.
Good afternoon. Edward Leslie, 1 Peacock Lane. I'm calling first. I enjoyed the meeting, the discussion that went on, especially on the emotions of some people with July 4th and Juneteenth, and it wasn't just put aside, and that was really considerate. The reason I'm calling is that Mr. complained about is a light. The speed, I had complained last week about the speed going up a Pheasant Lane, and there's a light right across from the corner of Peacock Lane and Pheasant. And before someone's being hit, I would like someone to have to look into that light. We've called PS&G, complained, and they said it will be like 2 weeks. The light has been out since October the 8th. I wish if the township could please see if there's something could be done about getting that light replaced. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Beulah Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council Manager, Clerk, and fellow citizens. Hope you're having a good day. I saw the sign, 8 Botany Circle, yes.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. You're welcome. I saw the signs today, Veterans Parkway signs. They look fresh and they look good. Thank you. We're looking forward to the parade, Ms. Ferron. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so also I must say that the signs properly represent veterans of all ethnicity is a good thing. That's a good thing. So thankful. Our host church who is the St. Paul's Methodist. That's where the Willingboro Seventh-day Adventist Church now worships. We're poised to host our 4th annual Thanksgiving service and luncheon on the 19th of November. And as before, we have focused on representing our veterans, but this time we want to represent people of service. We were inspired last week when our township manager mentioned there's a gentleman that served our community for 40 years. Mm. We want to include him in our dinner, in our luncheon. And we want to include sanitation workers, want to include police department, fire department, teachers, just people who have served our community. Also our township representatives, council, everybody. We want to have representation from all departments. I must say, we are very good cooks. So come on out. And some people may want to take their lunch, but the church host can accommodate, I think, 125 people at a time. And some people may want to take and go, or some people want to sit down, but you're all welcome. We just, and I'm so inspired and so pleased the way the council, the manager, everybody, doing the best for our community. It's a good thing you're doing. And we appreciate all of you. And people within the sound of my voice want a good lunch, come on out, you're invited. And the township clerk will get the flyer soon where we please post it so everybody will know that it's just a nice lunch, and you deserve it. So we're grateful that we'll be a part of this. Again, I said we are collaborating with our host church, and guess what? They will have their new sign at 201 Veterans Parkway as well. So I think if I have missed anything, thank you for mentioning and highlighting and promoting that we take opportunity of voting. Voting is important. We need to keep our democracy intact, and we have to vote. Vote creatively, vote right. So the right people will be there to represent our community and keep the democracy going. And thank you for listening to me. God bless you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome, Mayor.
All right, Will Weston.
William Weston, 44 Bosworth Lane. Greetings, council. First, I love the community. We all work hard to improve the community. Earlier, residents spoke about other communities having large firework displays or other ways they celebrate. I do think we should keep that in mind. And we want to be efficient in the use of our monies for the township. So I do think that should weigh in on the decision of the fireworks. Also, I'm going to speak, and I also want to speak and encourage people to get involved in these meetings, because we have self-determination. It's not just my voice or a few voices, but it should be the community's voice in a direction of how the township spends the budget. And I understand why we are having these meetings, for that fact that if we can get more people involved and understand the direction that the people want to direct how their tax money is spent. Now I'm going to segue into my role as the president of the Willingboro and Vicinity NAACP, and of course encourage people to vote. New Jersey has lowered the bar for voting, and they have early voting, or allowed the access to the vote to be smoother with this early voting, which of course started October 29th and will go through November 6th, and Monday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. So even after your job, if you get off at 5, 6, you can still vote at the library. And on Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have an endeavor, Souls to the Polls. So you may even see some of our volunteers encouraging people out there at the Willingboro Public Library. So of course, that's part of our self-determination voting, but also getting involved politically and being connected in these meetings to find out how your community is moving and what they are doing. And you have a voice. You know, these are the type of meetings. So I encourage people who are listening to continue to come to these meetings. And if you have something to say, please put it on record through public comments. And that concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weston.
All right, Tarina Williams.
Thank you. Serena Williams, 8 Botany Circle. Good evening, Mayor McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Whitfield, and fellow council members, dedicated men and women to the Township of Willingboro. So good to be here tonight. As always, it was a very informative meeting. Greatly appreciate everyone's feedback and the information that we received. My only regret is that when we watch Action News, instead of hearing about all these horrible shootings, it's announced that there'll be a township meeting this evening at 7 p.m. So be sure to be there. So maybe that's something to consider, that if it's not already informed, I know that we at least are, it's already sent to our papers. It'd be good to also to send it to Action News or Eyewitness News and so forth, so that people can be informed and encouraged to come out, because it's just, we learn so much. Also, if we don't already know, MLK Day, there's a special committee led by Mr. Michael Pippin of the Volunteer Center of Burlington County. For the past few years, we've been having a special MLK Day of celebration weekend where people are encouraged prior to MLK Day to think about something, a project they can get involved in. Or if, for example, we know that Dr. Worthy is of the All Things Are Possible Foundation, she can collaborate, or she'll be able to have the forum to announce this is what we will be doing in 2023. So that's just something I wanted to share with you. Number 3, I'm still rejoicing over our 2nd annual Juneteenth festival. It was awesome. Our church, Willingboro SDA Church, had the pleasure of participating, but this time we were the first organization that our residents saw after leaving the Freedom Trail. So special shout out to Willingboro Recreation and Parks Department for the excellent job they did as they worked with Mrs. Bell. I forgot to affirm them the last meeting. So as we speak about Juneteenth and 4th of July, I didn't want to take this opportunity for granted, and time is just going by so fast. Last meeting, what I remember is that we weren't discounting the importance of 4th of July. We were just saying that with the fireworks, we could also have that due to the, the cost and so forth. We want to use our money wisely. And there's so many other celebrations. And with the Willingboro Parks and Recreation Department working so hard, it'd be good for them to take their family to another 4th of July. So we acknowledge and know the importance of the 4th of July, but we all know that it's the 4th of July anywhere we go. So it'd be good to participate. Then last but not least, I want to say thank you to Mrs. Foster for the information that she received. It's good that there was only 2 organizations that gave their budget, because can you imagine not her being able to give a breakdown of all these different plans that she has with community affairs and senior services, and Mrs. Sandra with the Willingboro Public Library Department. I know I said last but not least, but November is National Epilepsy Awareness Month. You may or may not know this. It's a time for people to spread word or learn about this neurological disorder that affects over 300 million people that I myself can attest to. I'm one of those people, but we shouldn't let the setbacks that we face define us. It can strengthen us and inspire other people. Last month was Domestic Violence Month, and I remember the woman saying, you can get something purple at this store. Well, guess what? the national color for epilepsy is purple. So if you don't already have something purple to wear, please do. So thank you very much for your time, and hope to see someone or all of you at our upcoming Thanksgiving luncheon. And I'll definitely looking forward to the parade on the 11th. Thank you. God bless. Have a good night.
Ms. Williams, real quick, can you just reiterate the Thanksgiving luncheon, the date and the time?
It will be on Saturday, November 19th. We have our regular services at 10 a.m. for worship service, and 9:30 Sabbath school, 11 o'clock worship service, followed by our luncheon at 1 p.m. to 3:30.
Thank you very much. And that's where?
This is at 201 Veterans Parkway at St. Paul United Methodist Church. But on Saturdays, it's Willingboro Seventh-day Adventist Church. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, call-in listener ending in 7297.
Good evening, Jacqueline Mack, 70 Maplewood Lane. I've been very interested in listening to all of the talk tonight about fireworks, celebrations, parades. I love a parade. We've been to many parades. My husband was band director. My kids played in the marching band for years and years. I probably have seen more parades than anyone else here. But I think when we look at this whole discussion on celebrations, we should realize that we can celebrate our different days the way we want individually. I don't know that it warrants really spending $10,000 to $25,000 for about 15 to 20 minutes of oohs and ahs and booms. If you enjoy that, you can always sit home and on your big television screen, what are they, 50, 60 inches now? You can watch the fireworks from Washington, D.C. to Boston, Philadelphia, or you can go locally. Burlington City has some beautiful fireworks right along the river there. I don't know that we need fireworks with every celebration that we have. And after listening to Ms. Foster give her budget and what she does with her money is unbelievable. I wish everybody would take care of our money the way she does. So maybe we ought to look at things and say, what do we really value? We can make our own celebrations. I don't know that we need fireworks at every Independence Day or holiday or anything else. The other item I'd like to bring to somebody's attention, I don't know, probably Ms. Balajian is overwhelmed sometimes with people calling up saying, I don't know where I'm supposed to vote. But I think if people would look at their sample ballot and see on the front page, in a little box on the left-hand side, it says your election day polling place, and there it lists just where you should go. So I hope that everybody does remember to go out and vote this year. It's very important. And thanks. And I really do enjoy the budget meetings. That's important, that we all know just where our money's going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mack.
All right, call-in listener ending in 8464.
Good evening, Maddie Mallory, Hudson Place. And I would just like to clear up for the record my comment at the last meeting about leadership positions and not paying taxes, I did not refer to the fact that these individuals were renters. And it appears that every time I raise a point about being appointed to a commission or something of this type, the answer is always relative to renters. But at no time did I mention that these individuals were renters. My other comment is that I noticed that we pay a lot of attention to the newly named Veterans Parkway. And that particular parkway doesn't even belong to the township. It's a county parkway starting at Charleston Road, if I'm not mistaken, and going out to Springside. Charleston Road, again, is a mess. And I travel it every day going to my church, which is the church that was referred to as having the luncheon. And it's a mess. And the storm drains are filled with leaves. Even though there was a leaf pickup, I guess it was Monday, since today is, and the storm drains are still covered with leaves. And we need to pay attention to those streets that belong to the township and let the county be responsible for their real estate. But again, we're always sweeping on Veterans Parkway, and we're not paying attention to some of the other streets that belong to the township. And that concludes my comments for this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. Are there any other callers for public comment?
Not at this moment.
Before we close public comment, can I just have Ms. Dilworth back on, so just so I can get the rest of the details for their lunching, I believe. Ms. Dilworth, if you're on.
Yes, this is Shirley Dilworth.
Okay.
My announcement was not about a luncheon. My announcement was about the coat drive.
The coat drive, I apologize. Okay.
Yes. Is that what you want additional information about?
Yes. And then what date was that?
The coat drive is on November 10th from 4 to 5 p.m.
4 to 5. Okay.
Yes.
And that's at Parkway Baptist Church.
At Parkway Baptist Church on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive and Pennypacker Drive. And this coat drive is for families of students, you know, families with school-age children.
School-age,
so,
okay.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that a lot of families will be able to come out and take advantage of this.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, if there's no other public comments, we'll close public comment at 10:13 p.m. And we'll move on to council comment. Does council have any comment today? Any council have comment today?
Of course I do. So I just want to begin by thanking everyone for coming out. I'd like to thank Director Krantz and Director Foster for their budget presentations. And I also like to make mention that this Saturday, the JFK Center at 9:30, we will have Mayor Ras Baraka, who is the mayor of Newark, coming down to do a tour. It is rumored that he may be looking to make a run for governor and that he's, doing a tour, throughout the state. He selected Willingboro out of the entire county for the southern part to do this tour. So that will be this Saturday, November 5th at 9:30 at the JFK Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Anderson. Any other council have comment tonight? Councilwoman Perone.
Thank you. I too want to thank the presentations that were received this evening from our departments, and I'm taking those into consideration as well. So thank you for a very detailed presentation. It's very helpful with regards to budgetary times coming up. I also want to just encourage everyone that is listening, to encourage everyone that is not present today to get out to vote. I know that sometimes in our community that when it's not the presidential election, that at times the turnout is slower. However, if you have been watching the news, it's imperative. It's imperative that you all get out to vote and take advantage of the early voting and all opportunities that you have to get to the polls, because we're counting on you. I'm counting on you, and it matters. It matters greatly. So please take a friend, get to the polls. We have been tracking the polls currently, and at this time of year, it is quite slower as far as a turnout. So we are deeply concerned that the residents and the community members feel that because it's not a council or a school board election currently happening, that at times they just don't get to the polls, or a presidential election. However, this election is quite, if even more important than the others, because it's going to change a lot of different things. So with that said, I just want to encourage everyone to speak to others to get to the polls and vote. And I also, I know we've heard from maybe 3 people with regards to the 4th of July. However, we are a community of 33,000. So, invite others to speak to what their position is. Because ultimately, as a sitting council member, the events and celebrations that we do put forward for the community is for the entire community. So again, I know we have a lot of listeners and a lot of people who view the meetings after the meeting is over. However, your voice does matter. So I want just to bring that to your attention, that I'm speaking to the entire community of Willingboro. Please understand that your voice matters as far as what we do as a sitting council of 5. It matters. And in closing, I do want to thank everyone for coming out and voicing your opinions and letting us know about your concerns that you have. And I do take it seriously. And with that, I also want to just ask Madam Mayor, with the dates that have been identified today for different evenings, if you don't mind, if you can email myself and the rest of council of these different events, because I do look on our Facebook page, and those who have created flyers, I can see some of those, but sometimes dates I would like to calendar those dates in. So it's just helpful if you don't mind to do that. But that's all that I have for this evening, and I'm hoping that everyone enjoys the Veterans Day Parade. It is a monumental day parade because we are also renaming a street to recognize all veterans, and for all the community to be able to participate as one, as a unity, and not individually as one race, but one race as being the human race. So I look forward to celebrating our veterans who have gone out to fight for us, for our rights and our safety. So in closing, I want to thank everyone for attending this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Councilwoman Perone and Councilman Anderson. I omitted doing the the conversation, the answers to the residents. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit and open it back up to Mr. Harris, just to address the ones that are applicable to your office.
Yeah, I briefly caught, I guess, Mrs. Brown's comments regarding the street signs in the schools. That is still a work in progress. We just recently got the markouts for Evergreen. So that is moving forward. It is just taking a little bit more time, just due to the strap resources in DPW. I think Ms. Dilworth had a question for community boards for advertising. I understand that there are electronic signboards throughout the community, but they've mostly been utilized for broadcasting information out to the community. And really, the community doesn't really have access to the utilization of those boards, but that is something that is currently under discussion and possibly amending a policy or establishing a policy for that. Mr. Leslie mentioned a light out on Peacock Lane in Pheasant. I will follow up with PSC&G to see what the status of that light is. I was unaware of a light being out there. And I don't know that there was anything else that really required a response from my office. I think the rest were just mostly comments.
Yeah, for Mrs. Mallory, the Veterans Parkway, or in terms of some of the debris that's in the storm drains on Charleston Road and Veterans Parkway, she's indicating that it seems that we sweep that, even though it's a county road. We sweep that more often than our own roads, particularly Charleston Road.
Well, we sweep all of our streets, and unfortunately, especially during this time of year with the leaves falling and the rain coming, that there's a propensity for storm drains to clog and get cleared and clog. But that is just a continual process that our DPW works to deal with. I will have them go out on Charleston Road and look at that situation and rectify it as it needs to be corrected.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I do think Mr. Edward had also just a comment about the speeding around Pheasant. So I just want to put that on your radar.
Okay.
And then Miss Mack, I just wanted to add to her comment about the sample ballot. I do think it's imperative that those sample ballots came to everyone's home. Just look on the front page and you can tell what district you're in, and it also does indicate what your voting place is. So I think everybody should just look for their mailing. It's a big white and red mailer that opens up and shows you everyone on the ballot. And Madam Clerk, can you also just make sure we collaborate with Mr. Harris to make sure that we're actually pushing and reminding people the voting times and dates. And just wanted to reiterate, Ms. Williams, the Seventh-day Adventists, they're having their Thanksgiving lunch, November 19th, 1 to 3 at St. Paul's. And Also from Ms. Dilworth, Parkway Baptist Church is doing a coat drive for school-age children, November 10th, 4 to 5. And I think that was the speed signs. You did address the speed signs close to the school. And that's all I have. Did council have anything else that I may have missed from public comment?
Yes, someone spoke about the pole the street light. Did you mention that?
Yeah, Mr. Harris addressed that. He's going to look into that.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
All right, thank you. All right, we can go back to council comment. I apologize for the oversight. Anyone else have council comment? Okay.
I'll just say one thing.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry. I just want to give a thank you to the budget presentations that we had this evening from Mrs. Krantz and Mrs. Foster. I enjoy this participatory budgeting process that we have implemented and have been going through. So thank you, Mr. Harris, for continuing to educate the community on how our municipal funds are spent, and ahead of time of when we have to approve the budget. Just for the community's information, we will continue to have these budget meetings November 9th, November 22nd, and November 29th from various departments. And I look forward to those conversations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, and then just as a reminder, November 22nd is our next regular council meeting, but we will be having budget discussions during that meeting also. But as Deputy Mayor just said, every Tuesday, next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the next budget discussion meeting. And then after that, the Tuesdays after that. Except for the third week. I apologize. Except for the third week. I just wanted to acknowledge a lot of the organizations that are doing a lot around our community. I just want to say that I appreciate everything that everybody is investing into Willingboro. But I did want to get a special shout out to a lot of the sororities and fraternities. I am not one, but I did notice over the weekend that they were out and about supporting these kids for Halloween. I thought that was phenomenal. We saw the Sigmas, I saw Sigma Gamma Rho, the Kappas, and they also earlier this last month did a shredding event. The Deltas, they put on 2 phenomenal workshops to actually educate the voters on the participants, on the candidates. So I thought, I just think that's these are great events for our community. And it is very appreciated. I did just get an email from the Alphas. The Willingboro chapter is sponsoring a shoe drive donation. The drive is active now through December 17th. If anybody has any shoes that they wish to drop off, they can just email info@KIL1906.com. info@KIL1906.com for if you have any excess shoes you want to get rid of by December 17th. But again, during the Halloween celebration, we had the Sigmas and the Thetas directing traffic, and everybody was out there. So I just want to say a special thank you for everything that these organizations do for Willingboro. And as everyone else indicated, I do want to encourage our residents to vote. The polls are open this week, 10 to 8 at the Willingboro Library. So there's no excuse why you don't get your vote in. You don't have to wait till next Tuesday. You have this week. But if you need to wait till next Tuesday, you have to know your poll, and the polls are open from 6 to 8. And that concludes my public comment today. Madam Clerk.
Mayor, if I can, what I just pulled down just for the record, and I will send it out to the boards that have money. If you want to get toys or whatever out by Christmas, the closing date, November the 16th, to get anything for December the 7th, to have a check cut by December the 7th, it has to be in here to me before November the 16th.
Before November, okay.
If you, the next cutoff is December the 7th for a check on December the 21st.
Okay.
Final cutoff, December the 21st. Well, nope, that was your final cutoff. That was for January 2023. That is it.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yes. Resolution 2022-178, resolution authorizing executive session. I need a motion.
So
So
moved.
moved. Second.
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call, please.
Mr. Taylor, please, first, Madam Mayor.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we need a motion to go into closed executive session to discuss matters of personnel, attorney-client privilege, and pending or anticipated litigation. Minutes will be taken and released to the public if and when the need for confidentiality no longer exists, and action may be taken by the council when it returns to public session.
Thank you. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
No, I mean, yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I feel you, Councilwoman Perone. I will see you in executive session.
All right.
Everyone, see you inside.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Oh, Councilwoman Perone not coming back?
Oh, I apologize. I thought, okay.
We have enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her a couple more seconds and then,
We don't have a vote.
huh?
We don't have a vote or anything coming out.
Oh, okay, let's go. All right. That you can proceed, Madam Clerk.
I need a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. No. Roll call, please. I'm sorry.
Who I got? Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy
Yes.
Whitfield,
yes.
Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
Need a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Deputy Mayor Whitfield. All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Good night.
It is 11:52.
Thank you.
Good night.